Chapter 272. How is it, brother? Do you feel a pressure on your soul? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Shen meaningfully, and the latter immediately bowed. Yes. Thank you for your blessing, young master. I feel like I'm full of energy now. Haha, that's what I should do. Let's go. Yi Lu should be cooked by now, right? Ling Xiao smiled and walked out of the cave. Behind him, Yi Shen was a little confused, but he didn't doubt him in the end. He just swore in his heart that he would be loyal to the young master. Perhaps one day he would be able to transform into a dragon. In the main hall of the Flood Dragon tribe, Ling Xiao looked at the white flood dragon on the table, and his saliva almost flowed out. Haha, I was afraid that you would get tired of eating it, so I made many flavors. I hope you like it. Yi Xin and the other Flood Dragon tribe's divine kings accompanied him. There was a hint of heartache in their eyes. However, in the world of monsters, it was very normal for different tribes to eat each other. Even within their own tribe, massacres due to bloodline mates also happen from time to time. However, Yi Lu was the lord of the Flood Dragon tribe, but in just one day he was actually on the table. It was his fault for not knowing what was good for him. He actually dared to provoke the young master of the Heavenly Dragon tribe. Hee, brother, what are you saying? What's wrong? If I like this kind of food, can you kill one for me every day? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His tone was casual, but Yi Xin and the others' expressions changed instantly. Damn, they were careless. If they had known, they wouldn't have made it so exquisite. What if this lord really got addicted to it? Gulp. Ha, look at how scared you are. I'm just kidding. How can a flood dragon be as delicious as a true dragon? I often eat true dragons outside. Anyway, they were a bunch of bumpkins who had never walked out of the mystic realm. No matter how much Ling Xiao bragged, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Come, I have a jar of immortal wine here. It's perfect with this flood dragon meat. Let's eat together. Ling Xiao took out a jar of immortal wine, and Yi Lang immediately filled his wine cup. He watched as Ling Xiao picked up a piece of flood dragon meat and put it in his mouth. It seemed to be a piece of spine meat. It's really not bad, really not bad. Brother, Yi Lang, you guys should try it too. Ha, young master, we won't be tasting it. Our Flood Dragon clan has a rule. We can't serve guests at the same table. Awkwardness appeared in Night Ginseng's eyes. Although he was cruel by nature and had fought with others when he was young, he had once eaten snakes alive. But as he got older, his mentality changed. Oh, so that's how it is. All right, in that case, don't just look. Drink some. Taste my immortal brew. During the meal, Yi Shen and the others had tears in their eyes as they kept sighing. In the end, perhaps the alcohol had gotten to their heads. With tears in their eyes, they ate 2 large bowls of flood dragon meat. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao ate so quickly, 2 more bowls wouldn't have been enough even if they ate. After the banquet, Ling Xiao was arranged to rest in the Flood Dragon tribe's holy palace. Tomorrow, he planned to take a look at the Lockworm Abyss. After all, what kind of demon in this world was worthy of his fear? The more mysterious a place was, the more shocking its secrets were. Besides, since Feng Ling said that the strongest expert in this place was only a second-stage divine emperor, even if there was a demon in the abyss, it wouldn't be stronger than that. With Wu Nye around, it wouldn't be a big problem. When Ling Xiao pushed open the door and walked into the palace, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, on the bed in the center of the palace, 2 enchanting figures, one white and one green, were waiting with their heads raised. They had a human body and a snake tail, twisting their waists. When they saw Ling Xiao walking over, the 2 beautiful snake faces immediately bloomed with a faint trace of shyness. Their snake tails retreated and turned into 2 pairs of slender legs. Gulp. Young master, my daughter, Yi Zhen, is a direct descendant of the Flood Dragon clan. Young master, my daughter, Yi Qing, is a member of the Green Snake clan. under the order of the old ancestor. Tonight, we will serve young master." The two women lowered their eyebrows and smiled faintly. Although they looked nervous, the desire in their eyes didn't seem to be fake. The one in front of them was a real dragon, if they were lucky enough to have sex with him and bear his child. Who in the entire Flood Dragon clan would dare to be presumptuous in front of them? This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Although they were virgins, they didn't feel humiliated at all when they were offered to this young master. On the contrary, they felt honored. The two women walked over from the bed. The gauze on their bodies was faintly discernible. As their waists swayed, it added endless temptation to them. Although the faces of the two women of the Flood Dragon clan were slender, their figures were really speechless. Their slender waists were white and slender. Their slender legs were swaying gracefully. He, Ling Xiao, smiled faintly. The emperor's robe on his body instantly turned into starlight and dissipated. He lifted his leg and walked towards the two women. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much flood dragon meat today. Ling Xiao's heart was actually somewhat restless at this moment. That's right. It's all the Yi Ginseng's fault. He insisted on letting me taste the flood dragon meat. This thing is a great tonic. Donkey, meat on the ground, and dragon, meat in the sky. Do you understand? But they pretended to be reserved and didn't eat much. They caused me to eat almost an entire flood dragon. This damn flood dragon meat. Young master. Qing, a request for battle. Young master. Zhen is willing to be the vanguard. Approved. Boom. 3 shadows in the mandarin duck quilt. Pear blossoms and begonias reveal their true form. The sound of waves passing through the small path. The 9 layers of clouds are not enough. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When the sky was bright on the second day, Ling Xiao sat up from the bed. Looking at the two women of the Flood Dragon clan who were still sleeping, he shook his head slightly. Leaving 2 bottles of elixirs, he lifted his leg and walked out of the hall. Young master, you're awake. Outside the hall, Yilang bowed. His eyes were dark, as if he hadn't slept for the entire night. You've been outside the whole time? I was afraid that young master had something to summon me. I didn't dare to sleep for the entire night. Yilang lowered his head with a terrified expression. Nonsense. How could I sleep? The entire Flood Dragon clan probably heard that miserable cry. Oh, I plan to go to the Lockworm Abyss to take a look today. You don't have to follow me. Just ask Yi Shen to lead the way. Although it wasn't a big problem, having a God Emperor as cannon fodder by his side would always make him feel more at ease. Master, you can't go to the Lockworm Abyss. Although you're a true dragon, I've made up my mind. Ling Xiao shook his head. He stepped out and instantly appeared outside the hall. At this moment, a group of experts of the Flood Dragon clan were already standing respectfully in the square, waiting for him. Brother Yi Xin, I heard that there's a very strange place in your Flood Dragon clan. Will you bring me to explore it today? Ling Xiao walked to Yi Xin's side and said with a smile, Very strange. There's such a place in my Flood Dragon clan. Wait, young master, are you talking about the Lockworm Abyss? Yi Xin's old face trembled, and he almost couldn't stand still. There was a rumor in the Flood Dragon clan since ancient times that a great demon was trapped in the Lockworm Abyss. Anyone who entered it, regardless of their cultivation level, would not survive. Young master, are you preparing to die in my Flood Dragon clan? That's right. I heard that the demon is terrifying. Today, I'm going to eliminate this demon for the Flood Dragon clan. Ling Xiao smiled coldly without the slightest fear. What a joke. I'm the greatest demon in the world. What kind of demon dares not to submit to me? Young master is righteous, but, young master, please reconsider. For a moment, Yi Xin's blood surged. He obviously didn't expect this young master of the Heavenly Dragon clan to be so righteous. However, That demon had never walked out of the demon abyss and had never slaughtered the Flood Dragon clan. Wasn't eliminating the demon like this seeking death? Brother Yi, you don't have to say any more. Everyone has the right to kill such a demon. Lead the way. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Divine light shot up into the sky from his body, shocking the entire Flood Dragon clan. Damn! The demeanor of an expert, the action of a righteous person. Young master, you're really the pride of the Dragon clan. Chapter 273. All right then. Yi Jinseng resisted in his heart, but when the words reached his mouth, he could only obey. He probably didn't know where his courage came from. Just like that, he led Ling Xiao to the center of the Flood Dragon clan's territory, in front of a pitch-black ancient palace. The palace in front of them was obviously different from the surrounding ancient palaces. It emitted a cold and evil aura. There seemed to be Tao patterns flickering on it, containing sealing power. It's indeed a little mysterious. Ling Xiao stopped moving and looked at the 300 m tall black hall, and the space between his brows was filled with a wisp of joy. Among the fighting strength he had, Nine Nether, Overlapping Shadow, and Wunya were all in the Divine King realm. The Flood Dragon clan's ancestor was in the Divine Emperor realm. These 4 people were all the experts he could bring out. However, with just these 4 people, it was obviously far from enough to fight against the sacred sect. Although Ling Tian, Yi Qingchan, and the others were extremely talented, they still needed time to grow. Therefore, what Ling Xiao needed to do now was to accumulate as much strength as possible. If there was really a peerless demon in the demon abyss, it would naturally be a threat to the world. However, the enemies of the world were our good friends. No matter how bad it was, he still had 10,000 ways to escape. It was too exaggerated to say that it was dangerous. Young master, this Lockworm Abyss has always been a place where the most evil people of the Flood Dragon clan are punished. Brother, have you ever thought about why you have to send people to the demon abyss to punish your own kind? Perhaps the person who set such a rule has a problem. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 3 large words written in the middle of the Black Palace. Lockworm Abyss. However, there was no demonic aura on these 3 words. Instead, it was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. Was this something that a demon could do? This was clearly done by a human, the person who set the rule. Suddenly, a look of confusion flashed across the Flood Dragon clan's ancestor's face. Who was the one who set this rule? He actually couldn't remember clearly. It shouldn't be. There were only 3 generations of the Flood Dragon clan. Although it was a long time ago, it shouldn't be to the extent that he forgot where he came from. Could it be that there really was a ghost? Yi Lang, from today onwards, the Flood Dragon clan's leader. Young master, please. Yi Jinseng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still made arrangements for his funeral in advance. If there was danger in the abyss, he would risk his life to protect the young master. There was a risk of him dying on this trip. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and didn't say anything else. He pushed open the black door and walked in. Buzz! A strange and gloomy aura, accompanied by a blood aura that seemed to have come from ancient times, instantly rushed towards him. Yi Shen's expression changed, and fear appeared in his eyes. However, in the end, he still walked in front of Ling Xiao. Spiritual light flickered around his body, blocking all of the stench for him. Young master, follow me. The 2 of them walked forward until they reached the deepest part of the ancient hall. Only then did their footsteps slow down. What appeared in front of Ling Xiao was a pitch-black, demonic abyss. Black fog lingered within, as if a demon had descended. This is my clan's sealing dragon abyss. Normally, clan members who have committed grave sins would be thrown into the abyss here. For hundreds of years, not a single person has been able to walk out. Yi Shen took a deep breath. Spiritual light dazzled around his body. Clearly, he was quite wary of this place. Interesting. Let's go down and see what great demon is hiding here. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and stepped into the demonic abyss. Behind him, Yi Xin gritted his teeth. In the end, he didn't dare to hesitate and followed Ling Xiao into the abyss. For some reason, ever since he came to the Serpent Clan, he had a premonition that there were some answers he wanted in this demonic abyss. At the same time, outside the secret realm, the Zhou clan successor, Zhou Yang, looked coldly at a black figure above his head. There was a hint of wariness in his eyes. "Who are you?" Beside Zhou Yang stood a few ancient clan geniuses. At this moment, there was some surprise on their faces. There was actually someone who dared to block their path in this secret realm. Although the mysterious youth before them wore a mask, the killing intent between his brows was undisguised. It wasn't Ling Xiao, Xia Qin, or the ancient puppet sect's young master. However, how many people in the eastern border dared to oppose Zhou Yang? Someone who wants your life. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly. His figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the crowd. Damn it. Attack together. Sensing the terrifying aura surging around the figure, the ancient clan genius's expressions changed instantly. As for Zhou Yang, he was indeed the successor of a large clan. Although his expression was somewhat gloomy, there was no trace of panic. Monstrous spirit light gradually surged around him. His palms suddenly pressed out, aiming straight for the black-clothed figure's face veil. He wanted to see who exactly dared to threaten to kill him. Buzz. An ear-piercing buzzing sound resounded through the sky. However, Zhou Yang's palm ultimately failed to touch the black figure. Lowering his head and looking at the short black dagger in his heart, Zhou Yang's expression gradually froze. How was this possible? How could he be so strong? He didn't even see how he attacked, and the battle was already over. A breeze blew over, lifting a corner of the black figure's veil. Zhou Yang's originally dazed face instantly turned into a terrifying shock. It's you." In the distant sky, more and more geniuses gradually stopped and looked over. However, when they saw the side that was being slaughtered, they immediately turned around and flew into the distance. What a joke! That black-clothed figure had even killed the successor of the Zhou clan. If they continued to stay here, wouldn't they be courting death? However, before they could run far, they suddenly heard a deafening exclamation behind them. "Taishian Daozi! It's actually you!" Boundless, demonic aura began to spread, instantly covering the entire sky. The fleeing geniuses could only hear the incessant screams behind them. Their hearts had already turned cold. "Taishian! Taishian Daozi!" The one who killed Zhou Yang was Taishian Daozi. But how could it be? That aura was clearly mixed with endless demonic intent. Could it be many people only felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads? So this hidden ancient sect was actually founded by the great demon. So all of this was a scam. No wonder. No wonder only a few geniuses from the eastern border who entered this secret realm could ultimately walk out. It turned out that they didn't die in the relic, but were killed by Taishian Daozi. Very suddenly, many geniuses changed their direction and began to flee toward the entrance of the relic. At this time, they only hoped that this trip to the secret realm would end as soon as possible. As for the immortal treasures hidden within, it wasn't worth mentioning. Wasn't it good to be alive? They only hoped that Taishian Daozi didn't see them and let them live. However, this wish seemed too extravagant. Overlapping Shadow stood at the top of the sky and looked at the fleeing figures. A beautiful smile suddenly appeared on his originally cold face. The successor of the ancient clan? The geniuses of the major sects? Killing them was really boring. I wonder how the Lord compared to them. Chapter 274. Inside the Suo Jiao Abyss, Ling Xiao and Yi Xin kept falling until they reached a depth of 10,000 feet. Only then did they see a dim light flickering below. Have we arrived? Ling Xiao's expression turned serious. His emperor robe suddenly emitted starlight, illuminating the surrounding area. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The dim light beneath his feet was actually balls of nether fire. The ground not far away was ghastly white. Bones that were hundreds of feet long were scattered on the ground. It was like purgatory. So many flood dragons died. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky. Looking at the dried bones on the ground, he was somewhat shocked. As expected of the great demon's hiding place, these flood dragons obviously didn't fall to their deaths. After all, although this abyss was deep, any Powong realm cultivator could easily fly out. How could they really trap these flood dragons? But who could it be? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked into the depths of the demon abyss. At the end of his vision, he saw a tall, ancient stone door quietly standing there. The runes carved on it were as if they were drawn by a demon. They were dark red, like dried blood stains. It was indescribably evil and strange. That demon is most likely behind the stone door. Ling Xiao suddenly clenched his fist, and Xie instantly appeared in his hand. Then he turned his head and gave Yixin a look. The latter immediately swallowed his saliva and walked towards the stone door. Buzz! At this moment, the stone door that was originally closed suddenly opened by itself, revealing a long dark path that seemed to lead to the underworld. Gulp! Yixin's figure trembled. Even though his cultivation was already at the Arch realm, he still felt frightened. It was too strange. Although this demon abyss had existed for thousands of years, it was his first time coming here. Moreover, walking on the ground full of dried bones, the cracking sounds under his feet were like the ravings of a great demon. It made him want to escape from this place. Brother Yi, let's go. They have already opened the door to welcome us. If we retreat now, I'm afraid we will be laughed at. Ling Xiao sneered. Holding the ancient sword, he took the lead and walked towards the door. He wanted to see which demonic creature dared to show off in front of him and bluff. Do you think I, the great mighty heavenly dragon, have an undeserved reputation? Young lord, are we really going in? Yixin took a deep breath, yet Ling Xiao paid no further attention to him. He took a step forward and actually instantly vanished without a trace. Young lord. In the end, Yi Jinseng hesitated for a long time before chasing after Qin Shi. At this moment, Ling Xiao stepped onto the stone path and felt the scenery in front of him change. Heaven and earth began to clear up as figures flashed past his eyes. They were all people he was familiar with. Ling Tianlin and the moon of Xianyuan stood in the hall with their babies in their arms, looking happy. In the next instant, demonic light began to emit from the infant's body. In an instant, the demonic light filled the entire palace hall. The scene flashed, and Ling Xiao saw a face filled with hatred. Ling Tian was tied to a bed by the moon of Shenyuan, and a sharp blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, following which Ling Tian's screams of despair and fear could be heard. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to be an outsider. He coldly watched the scene in front of him flash past like a fleeting shadow. Soon, he stood in front of the Universal Demon Sect's sacred palace again. He looked at the tens of thousands of enemies and extended his hand to bestow him with a spiritual treasure. He publicly announced that he was the young lord of the demon sect and attracted the worship of tens of thousands of people. In the end, Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on a piece of chaos. It seemed to be the spatial barrier between the four desolates and the Shenzhou continent. The original Ling Xiao's life had probably ended at that time. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Ling Xiao stopped and pondered. Back then, when he was observing the faceless jade wall at the peak of Enlightenment Mountain, didn't he also experience such an illusion? Could it be? In just an instant, lightning flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the ancient sword in his hand slashed out furiously without hesitation. The three daos of thunder, wind, and sword gathered into one sword and directly shattered the void, revealing a piece of light behind it. This is when the light dissipated, a magnificent ancient palace immediately appeared in front of him. Golden pillars stood tall, and a long dragon was entrenched, exuding supreme majesty. And in the middle of the palace, a slightly thin figure stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, his back was facing him, and an indescribable aura of vicissitudes lingered around his body. He stood there as if he had been waiting for thousands of years. "Who are you? You're here." The black-robed figure slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of dim eyes. "It's you." Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. He guessed that there was something wrong with the Taishan Dao sect, and he also guessed that the identity of the path chosen in front of him was definitely not simple. But he really didn't expect that the great demon hidden in the Flood Dragon clan was actually him. The illusion in the stone path just now was actually reincarnation. So, the person who could really see past and present lives in the Taishan Dao sect was not the sect master of Taishan, but this path chosen? But who exactly was he? Why was he here, waiting for him? Did he see the demonic aura on him? You seem very surprised. Taishan Daozi's lips curled into a smile, and his pair of dim eyes calmly looked at Ling Xiao. "Who exactly are you?" Ling Xiao exhaled softly, and his face had already calmed down. No matter who Taishan Daozi was, he would definitely die today. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao actually asked Overlapping Shadow to pretend to be a demon to kill people. It turned out that this path chosen was really a demon. Since he was here, those flood dragons must have been killed by him. Such cruel methods and strange arrangements didn't seem like something a righteous person would do. But in this way, it saved a lot of trouble. As long as he was crushed to death in the demonic abyss today, this murderous plot against the Taishan Dao sect would be truly perfect. Who I am is not important. What's important is, who are you? Taishan Daozi smiled faintly. There was no aura around him, but the sense of desolation was inexplicably terrifying. Who am I? I'm Ling Xiao. Is there anyone in the Xingzhou who doesn't know me? Ling Xiao sneered, and the lightning on his body was dazzling, as if he was the only one who could do it. Arrogant, domineering, and cruel. But to your family and Taoist partner, you're so different. Lord Ling Xiao, which of the two is the real you? Taishan Daozi shook his head and smiled, not at all surprised by Ling Xiao's domineering aura. Is it really me? Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a trace of inexplicable seriousness. He was too calm. Taishan Daozi had been too calm from the beginning to the end. He was so calm that it was as if everything was under his control. Ling Xiao had never felt this when he faced Ling Tianlin or even the Lord of Taishan Dao. Could it be someone from the sacred sect? A ray of dim light began to bloom on the ancient sword. At this time, Ling Xiao no longer cared who Taishan Daozi was. He just wanted to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Winnie, get ready to fight. He did not know where Taishan Daozi had taken the night ginseng, but no matter how high his cultivation was, he probably did not know all the secrets on him. Why don't we both be honest? While Ling Xiao was pondering, Taishan Daozi took a step forward. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged out from his body. Demonic Qi. Chapter 275. You are indeed a demon. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Be honest? If I show my true form, you will be scared to your knees. I can be honest, but do you deserve it? You are the same, young master. Otherwise, what do you think brought us together? Taishan Daozi walked over slowly. His aura grew stronger with every step he took. When he was 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, he had reached the level of a divine lord. At the same time, the dragon scales on his body flickered with black light, giving him a feeling of invincibility. On the other hand, it was impossible to discern his human form any longer. He was like a ferocious beast in human form, and even his originally dim and lusterless eyes had transformed into a wisp of bright gold. However, they were different from human eyes. They were vertical pupils. So, this is why you covered your eyes. Evil dragon war body? So it was you who swallowed those dragons. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, but he did not act rashly. Any demon would submit to the sky demon. However, Taishan Daozi was too strange. He seemed to know Yi Fuqian's identity, but he also seemed not to. Therefore, Ling Xiao was weighing whether to kill him or test him. I swallowed them. I raised them here to heal their wounds. However, I did not expect them to be so useless. They have not produced a single atavistic bloodline in hundreds of years. Taishan Daozi smiled disdainfully. His scale-covered face flashed with extreme fierceness. Are you so confident that you can kill me here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you or expose the secret of Taishan Dao sect if I escape? Ling Xiao sighed softly. Indeed, all villains died because of their carelessness. If Taishan Daozi was more cautious and launched a sneak attack, Ling Xiao might not die. However, it was more threatening than exposing his identity. However, for hundreds of years, indeed, Taishan Daozi was a reincarnator. In this samsara forbidden zone, no one can descend here. Not godly kings, not even godly emperors. I'm certain that there are only two people in this world, and it will always be the two of us. Taishan Daozi did not seem to be in a hurry to make a move at all. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he was enjoying the changes in Ling Xiao's expression. Forbidden zone of samsara? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and lifted his head to look at the ancient hall before him. As expected, he saw some strange fluctuations. He wondered if the boundary-breaking talisman would be able to break through this realm. Lord Ling Xiao, let me see your true strength. Taishan Daozi still sneered and looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Wu Nye, come out. However, Ling Xiao did not completely believe his words. Instead, he communicated with the devil suppressing ancient pagoda in an attempt to summon the demon monk here. But what surprised him was that he had indeed sensed Wu Nye's aura by his side, but there was no one in front of him. The law of samsara was indeed strange and tyrannical. Here, no one can help you. Come on, show me. I can suppress my realm to the Paoang level. As long as you can defeat me, I will tell you everything you want to know. Taishan Daozi tilted his head and looked into the distance. The smile on his face grew wider. Suppress your realm to the Paoang level. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. You said it. Buzz. In just an instant, a terrifying thunder sun appeared above Taishan Daozi's head and fell toward him. The power of a perfected law was naturally unparalleled. Above the thunder sun, thunder patterns flickered and illuminated the sky as if to suppress all evil in the world. The aura of the purest yang made the forbidden zone of samsara surge with monstrous waves. The thunder light was dazzling, crushing the void and falling with a loud crash. However, Taishan Daozi just shook his head and smiled. A pair of hands covered in dragon scales calmly reached out and grabbed the thunder sun directly. In his hands, a strange power quietly bloomed. It evolved into the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, and the black and yellow of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was just a toy in his hands. Boom! The power of the two laws collided with a loud crash. Then, Ling Xiao was shocked to see that the thunder sun began to shrink inexplicably. It shrank until it finally turned into a grain of rice and was crushed by Taishan Daozi's hand. This kind of power is useless against me. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He also felt a little dignified. Taishan Daozi was considered the strongest opponent that he had encountered so far. Compared to him, Lin Shi Xiachen and the others were really a little immature. Then try this. Ling Xiao shouted softly. Above the ancient sword in his hand, a torrential sky demon chi surged. It seemed to contain extreme sharpness. The sword light in the sky turned into shadows and swept past like the wind. It was indescribably light and ethereal, but it was also incomparably mysterious. Two types of Tao laws. Interesting. Taishan Daozi smiled faintly. He still only reached out with his hand and grabbed the sword light. Crack! Crack! A strange sound of friction instantly rang out. The spiritual light above Taishan Daozi's demon palm shattered and the laws collapsed. But Ling Zhao's attack still could not break through the defense outside his body. This is the time. Just as Taishan Daozi's eyes were filled with contempt, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly shone brightly. It directly turned into an illusory palm print in front of Taishan Daozi and smashed down. Great barren heaven imprisoning print. Boom! Endless soul light spread out like a sea and instantly annihilated the entire forbidden zone. Ling Xiao stood in midair and looked coldly at the place where the soul print fell. There was no trace of joy in his eyes. He could feel that Taishan Daozi was not dead. In fact, the aura on his body was even more powerful. Damn it! This evil dragon war body is actually so powerful? Not bad. It's stronger than I thought. However, it's still not enough. The boundless soul light gradually dissipated, revealing a pitch-black figure. At this moment, black bone spikes suddenly extended from Taishan Daozi's body. His originally ferocious appearance became even more terrifying. An extremely evil and sinister aura quietly shrouded the world, causing a trace of fear to arise in the bottom of one's heart. Compared to Miyong, or even Layered Shadow and Wu Na, this demon in front of Taishan Daozi was truly evil and terrifying. You can force me to use the second form. In the Paong realm, you are the best, but still not enough. Taishan Daozi shook his head calmly, his eyes full of provocation. Is that so? Who told you that I am in the Paong realm? Ling Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a playful smile. He finally released his divine general aura without reservation. Try and take another strike from me. The immemorial demonic blade appeared out of thin air. Lightning instantly bloomed, and the unparalleled sword shone brightly. Ling Xiao slashed out. The world was silent, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. As for the saber intent, it was like a tidal wave, vast and boundless without end. The world began to collapse, and the power of the Forbidden Zone gradually collapsed. In the face of this destructive strike, Taishan Daozi's eyes finally surged with a touch of seriousness. Divine General Realm, for types of principles, is this your true strength? You have indeed hidden it well. Taishan Daozi chuckled. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. In the direction behind him, a pitch-black, demonic figure suddenly appeared. It had a dragon head and a human body, holding a giant halberd. In an instant, the world was overshadowed and all sound was silent. Chapter 276. This is, looking at the blurry demonic shadow below him, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Why was this demonic shadow similar to his sky demon real body? However, his demonic body was slightly illusory, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, the one behind Taishan Daozi clearly had a dragon head, a human body, and a dragon tail. At this time, the demonic palm that stretched out was covered with a layer of extremely realistic demonic scales, dark and deep, containing endless demonic power. At this time, the demonic shadow stretched out its palm, which seemed to contain thousands of laws. It directly penetrated the void and grasped the demonic blade in its hand. Buzz! The space collapsed instantly, and even the forbidden zone of reincarnation shattered at this moment. However, before Yi Chen and Wunyi could react, a strange light suddenly flashed in the demonic shadow's golden eyes, and everything in front of them returned to how it was before. It was as if nothing had happened. How could Ling Xiao looked at the demonic blade in his hand and the terrifying demonic shadow standing in the distance with a shocked expression. Was that the power just now the power of reincarnation? The primordial demonic blade, really a very familiar feeling. However, this blade is seriously damaged and has lost all its power now. Taixian Dozi sighed softly and looked up at Ling Xiao again. So, at this time you're still not willing to show your real trump card. Phew! The spiritual light around Ling Xiao suddenly dissipated, and he stood quietly in the air. Who are you? Yes, after 1,000 years of reincarnation. You have already forgotten who I am, but I have been waiting for your return. Come, fight with me. Use your real appearance. Demonic qi suddenly thickened around Taixian Daozi, and a faint demonic roar sounded from the 9 serenities, revealing a kind of desolation that had experienced thousands of years. He stood there, as if there were billions of gods and demons following behind him. Those eyes that seemed to be able to see through the Tao of heaven and earth were filled with fighting spirit, hatred, and faintly some expectations. 1,000 years of reincarnation? Ling Xiao's eyes gradually flashed with a dark demonic light. At this time, he finally understood that Taixian Daozi in front of him did not want to kill him at all, but wanted to confirm something with him. What could it be? Ling Xiao had no way of knowing, but it seemed that he had no other choice. Boom! A wisp of demonic light was like the first darkness in the world at the beginning of the primordial chaos. The light that had filled the entire forbidden zone disappeared without a trace. Heaven and earth fell silent. The ancient Sanskrit began to chant, sacred, dignified, and without a trace of devilish intent. Vaguely, an illusory figure that seemed to have experienced the passage of time silently stood behind Ling Xiao. His face was a little blurry, and the 2 horns on his head seemed ancient and boundless. His eyes were dark and deep, as if he was looking down on all living things. He was just standing there, but he gave people a feeling that he was above heaven and earth. Currently, Ling Xiao's sky demon true body was only at the 2nd transition, revealing his true form, innate divine strength. The 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. Each transformation represented a different form. Each form seemed to represent a different type of talent. Probably only those who had seen the sky demon before would know what its final form was. Boundless demonic aura suddenly surged, and the demonic figure outside Taixian Daozi's body suddenly showed signs of collapsing. Even that pair of strange golden eyes revealed an instinctive reverence. Is this what you want to see? Tell me, who are you? Ling Xiao stood in the air, his gaze calm as he looked down. At this moment, he was the only god in this place. There are demons in the world, and I am the supreme. Immortals and gods bow, and all living things submit to me. Finally, you're back. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on Taixian Daozi's face. However, in the next moment, his figure suddenly rose into the air and directly turned into a 100-foot-long evil dragon, rushing toward Ling Xiao angrily. The sinister demonic aura covered the void. The demonic chant was deafening, and it seemed to contain an indescribable grief and anger. However, Ling Xiao no longer had a trace of fear. He just calmly stretched out his palm and gently pressed down. Boom! It was as if the great path had fallen from the sky, as if a meteorite had fallen to the earth. It was as if the sky had collapsed, as if the Milky Way had flowed backward. Under this palm, it was the beginning of the end of the world. Taixian Daozi was powerless to struggle. He looked up at the demonic palm that was like a sky canopy. Not only was there no despair in his eyes, but there was also a hint of pride. Sky Demon Palace, evil dragon general of the 9 generals, Liang Yi, respectfully welcomes the return of my master. Boom! The demonic aura in the sky demon suddenly stagnated. The demonic figure around Liang Yi had already dissipated. His figure directly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Yes, this was the feeling. The suppression from the divine soul and bloodline. Sky Demon Palace? Evil Dragon General? Liang Yi? Ling Zhao's expression froze, and he looked at Taishan Daozi, who had not gotten up for a long time, with some confusion. What is going on? How do you know who I am? My master! There are some things that I can't tell you now, but there is a relic in this secret realm that you left behind. Perhaps, when you get it, you will remember some things. Liang Yi raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him with reverence, and from the system's notification, Ling Xiao could feel his submission. At this point, he also understood why Taishan Daozi did not have the slightest bit of luck, even though he had the Tao of reincarnation. It turned out that he was also a villain. Of the 9 generals of the Sky Demon, where were the remaining 8 generals? Could it be that they were suppressed in the demon subduing tower? Relic? What relic? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the real secret of Taishan Dao sect. On the surface, it was to protect the secret realm, but in reality, it was to protect the inheritance of the Sky Demon in this secret realm. In that case, the Taishan Dao sect held the 1,000 sects martial arts competition every 60 years to find the reincarnation of the Sky Demon. My master, you will know when you go up. Liang Yi smiled, but did not say anything. However, there was a trace of confusion between his brows. There was a slight difference between the reincarnation of the Sky Demon and the true body of the Sky Demon. Rather than calling that inheritance a fortune, it would be better to call it a trial. After all, hundreds of years ago, there was also a descendant of the Sky Demon in the Shenzhou land. However, in the end, he was not the one Liang Yi was waiting for. As for whether Ling Xiao was, how did you know that I would appear in the eastern border? Ling Xiao had many questions in his heart that he wanted answers to. However, he also guessed that the relic was not just a creation for him. 1,000 years ago, I burned my cultivation and swore on the reincarnation oath just to know where my master was. Liang Yi stood there with a tranquil expression, and he seemed as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. He burned his cultivation and swore on the reincarnation oath. Liang Yi's loyalty was praiseworthy. Of course. The most tragic thing was that he was waiting for him. Otherwise, you can't cultivate now? No, I can only live for 100 years. After that, I will be reincarnated again and wait for my master's return. Liang Yi's eyes were still dim, but the words that came out of his mouth made Ling Zhao's heart tremble. 1,000 years had passed, and 100 years of reincarnation. It was an endless cycle of waiting. He lived to wait for his master's return. Inexplicably, a complicated look flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Originally, he thought that there were only eternal benefits in this world. All living things were just pawns and tools in his hands. However, today, looking at the figure in front of him, he seemed to have some thoughts. In the eyes of the world, Liang Yi, a dignified evil dragon general, was a great demon who brought chaos to the world. However, who said that demons were cruel, heartless, and cunning? Demons also had stubbornness and perseverance. Now, his stubbornness had finally paid off. He was almost moved by himself. Ling Zhao's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. If Liang Yi was not a little powerful, the reincarnation oath should be very good, right? Reincarnation oath once every 100 years? Then you can use your remaining enthusiasm to your heart's content. Perhaps in this life, you will not have to repeat such a boring reincarnation oath. I am not heartless, but you are not worthy. An old subordinate of the Sky Demon? At the crucial moment, you can also be my substitute and die for me. Beep! Congratulations to the host for thinking like a villain. You are rewarded with 3,000 villain points. Chapter 277. Does Sect Master Taishan know your identity? Ling Zhao's expression had already calmed down. This was the question he was most concerned about. After all, with that person's cultivation, he must have had something to rely on to survive in this world and not be killed by the saint. In this world, the only thing that could intimidate others was strength. Obviously, even though everyone knew that sect Master Taishuan's cultivation was unfathomable, they still underestimated him. If he did not know Liang Yi's identity, things would become even more troublesome and complicated. He is my servant and the only one who followed me after the battle of the gods and demons. Back then, he destroyed his own cultivation and stepped out of the territory to follow me. It has been 1,000 years since then. Liang Yi smiled calmly, but Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. So, he was someone from 1,000 years ago. No wonder the saint did not dare to touch him easily. However, in this lower world, with the suppression of the heavenly path, his cultivation realm was probably not as strong as it was in the past. What a loyal servant! It seemed that the sacred palace of the demonic path from 1,000 years ago really had some awe-inspiring charm. As far as I know, there seemed to be a forbidden body in the Shenzhou land, and he was later killed by the saint. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Liang Yi meaningfully. Yes, I have seen that person before. His aura is indeed no different from Master's, but he does not have the forbidden body that people say. Liang Yi shook his head, and a trace of fierceness suddenly flashed in his dim eyes. Moreover, I do not know whether he is dead or not. To be precise, he should be missing. Missing. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. To be able to escape from the saint and hide for 300 years? It was impossible and unrealistic. You said that you are one of the 9 generals of the Sky Demon Palace. Where are the other 8 generals? Looking at Liang Yi's attitude, it was obvious that the 9 generals of the Sky Demon Palace were the most loyal generals of the Sky Demon. If one of them was still alive, he would probably be in existence above the Shenzhou. So, why would he be afraid of the saint? In that battle, the 4 venerables of the Sky Demon Palace, the 5 emperors, the 7 kings, and the 9 generals, were either killed or sealed. I don't know how many of them are still alive and how many of them have reincarnated. Liang Yi sighed, his eyes revealing the vicissitudes of life. With just one sentence, Ling Xiao seemed to see a demonic sect that stood proudly at the top of the 9 heavens appear before his eyes. For venerables, 5 emperors, 7 kings, 9 generals. Since it was an ancient demonic sect, the so-called Emperor General could not possibly be a divine, rank expert of the Shenzhou continent. It turned out that this world was actually so vast, but no matter how vast it was meaningless to the current Ling Xiao. As long as the Saint sect was not destroyed, it would be difficult for him to leave this world. Where is the relic you mentioned? In the end, Ling Xiao did not ask any more questions. Although Liang Yi's loyalty could be verified by the system, it was obvious that he was hiding something in his heart. Perhaps he would only tell him all the secrets about the Sky Demon after obtaining the inheritance in the relic. This was his reservation and also Ling Zhao's concern. The evil dragon general was waiting for him, but also not him. As for what kind of danger the relic contained, Ling Xiao did not know, but he had to go. After all, if he could obtain the loyalty of the Sky Demon Palace's generals, his future path would be much better. Master will know very soon. Liang Yi bowed again. With a wave of his hand, the forbidden zone above his head instantly disappeared. The flood dragon ancestor and Wu Nie's figures almost instantly flew over and stood behind Ling Xiao. Benefactor, do you want to kill him? Wu Nie's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Wherever he went, a Buddha appeared in the air, exuding boundless holiness. Although at this moment he could feel that Liang Yi had an aura that made him feel terrified. But since he was from this world, it should be easy to kill him. No need. Grandmaster, please wait for a moment. Liang Yi, I pretended to be you and killed a few ancient race prodigies. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled awkwardly. Damn. After scheming for so long, he did not expect that he would be the one to scheme against. Double Shadow had been out for a day. Most of the famous prodigies and saintesses in the eastern border had probably been killed, right? Liang Yi was obviously stunned. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. Ling Zhao's aura was indeed that of the sky demon, but he felt that the master in front of him was no longer the same as he was 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the sky demon fought 4 ancient gods alone and did not retreat. It could be seen that he was domineering and powerful. But now, why did he feel that this reincarnated body was a little evil? Forget it. When one was an ant, it was not necessarily a bad thing to know how to survive. Otherwise, how could the demonic palace be destroyed in a single night? Fighting alone, fighting to the death. No regrets, but there were regrets. 1,000 years later, could the master lead the sky demon's former subordinates to the top of the 9 heavens again? Enter the sky demon palace and become my sky demon general. I will bestow upon you a title that will shock the heavens. It's okay. Then just kill them all. There are a few people you can't kill. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, while Liang Yi only nodded, and his figure instantly disappeared. The sky demon palace. Interesting. I wonder how many great demons are still alive in this world. Ling Xiao pondered for a long time and finally turned to look at Yi Shen and Wu Nia. Master, please go back. Benefactor, you have already fulfilled 2 of the 3 wishes. There is still one last wish. Benefactor, please be careful. Wu Nia put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name. You have already fulfilled 2 wishes? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. What 2 wishes? Coming is a wish. Leaving is a wish. Wu Nia was neither servile nor overbearing. His expression was indifferent. What the F***CK? However, at this time, Ling Xiao looked at him with some mockery. This bald donkey appeared to be honest on the surface. Who would have thought that he would be so treacherous? Very well. Since that's the case, I know what my 3rd wish is. Are you kidding me? In terms of treachery, I am not targeting anyone. Everyone here is my younger brother. Oh, benefactor, please speak. 3rd wish? In that case, I will fulfill 3 more wishes. Ling Xiao sneered. As for Wu Nia, his expression instantly turned sluggish. He had only agreed to fulfill Ling Zhao's 3 wishes. However, he did not specify which 3 wishes they were. He did not expect this young man to be so shameless. Wouldn't it mean that he had no chance of escaping? Let's go. Ling Xiao grinned. He did not pay any attention to the dazed, demonic monk. Instead, he turned around and walked away. Behind him, Yi Shan glanced at Wu Nia with fear. Then he hurriedly chased after Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao roughly understood who he saw on the faceless jade wall. He also understood the reason why the Taishan sect lived in seclusion and the reason for the existence of this arcane realm. However, although his physical body was the reincarnation of the sky demon, his soul was already different. That was why the sky demon from 1,000 years ago sensed it. However, he did not know if the relic left behind by the sky demon could see the difference in his soul. If it could, given Liang Yi's loyalty, he would definitely attack him. After all, the disappearance of the forbidden physique from 300 years ago was somewhat strange. My lord, that person just now was the Taishan Daozi? Why is he here? Yi Shen stood nervously beside Ling Xiao. Just now he was blocked in the forbidden zone of reincarnation and did not know what had happened inside. However, very suddenly he felt that the Flood Dragon clan was in danger. Yes, it's the Taishan Daozi. He came to help me kill the demon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and glanced at Yi Jinseng meaningfully. The pitiful Flood Dragon clan had existed for 1,000 years. They thought that they were strong and domineering. However, they did not know that they were just food for others to heal. However, how many pitiful people like them were there in this world? In the chess game of heaven and earth, all living beings were chess pieces. Ling Xiao understood that he might be a chess piece left behind by some people. If he wanted to break out of this game, he could only become stronger at all costs. One day, I will stand high above the 9 heavens. One word from me can decide the life and death of the samsara. If I say that the heavens are the earth and the earth is the sea, who dares to refute me? Chapter 278. Ling Xiao still had a lot of questions in his heart, but if he wanted to unravel the mystery, he still needed strength. Since the thing in the ruins was related to the sky demon, it must be a great fortune for him. On the other hand, when he and Yi Xin returned to the WRM clan, they saw that countless figures were standing outside the ancient hall, and all of them had a wisp of a solemn expression on their faces. As the only god emperor of the Flood Dragon tribe, once Yi Xin died, the entire tribe would be in endless trouble. Young master, ancestor. Yi Lang's eyes narrowed. When he saw the 2 figures walking out of the palace, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't really care about the lives of the 2 of them. It was just that Ling Xiao had planted a soul imprint on him. Once Ling Xiao died, he would die on the spot. Damn. Pay attention to what strange phenomena have appeared in the mystic realm recently. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. Should I make a flood dragon hot pot today? As if sensing the sinister look in his eyes, the group of Flood Dragon tribe experts trembled and almost turned to flee. Yes. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't have any more ideas about the Flood Dragon tribe. After all, they were Liang Yi's food. If he ate all the experts, who could give birth to the atavistic bloodline, after 1,000 years of reincarnation, only waiting for the return of the master, this general was loyal enough. If he obtained it, it would be of great use. If not, he would be killed. When Ling Xiao returned to the Flood Dragon tribe's sacred palace, the 2 young women from the Flood Dragon tribe had already disappeared. But before Ling Xiao could rest, 2 delicate female voices came from outside the palace. Young master, the ancestor sent us to serve you. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with the Flood Dragon tribe's ancestor. It was obvious that he wanted him to die in the Flood Dragon tribe. Tell Yi Xin that I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. No one is to disturb me. Yes, only when the sound of footsteps outside the hall faded away did Ling Xiao disappear in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the devil-subduing ancient tower, Ling Xiao had already summoned Layered Shadow. At this moment, he was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Master, have you heard of the Sky Demon Palace? The 3 great devils narrowed their eyes and nodded slowly. Oh, tell me about it. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that the great demon from the Sky Demon Palace was really being suppressed in this demon pagoda? I've only heard that the Demon Hall is one of the most powerful forces in the 9 heavens, void, divine world. There are many experts there, and their master is the #1 demon in the ancient, immemorial era. In the ancient times, he once suppressed the immortal Tao and achieved the supreme great Tao. No one dared to mention his real name. Wu Nie looked deeply at Ling Xiao. Don't you know your own forces? Why are you asking us instead? That's right. We're just small demons from the lower realm. We're not even worth mentioning in front of these big shots from the demonic sect. However, my lord, did you lose your memories during your reincarnation? A trace of doubt flashed across Folded Shadow's beautiful eyes. As the name suggested, the Sky Demon Palace was created by the Sky Demon. When they were at their peak, immortals and gods bowed their heads. However, thousands of years ago, they suddenly disappeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, when Ling Xiao revealed the true form of the Sky Demon, they were surprised and hesitant. Oh, it does sound a bit awesome. The 9 heavens, void, divine world? Is it the world above the Shenzhou continent? As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he saw the 3 demon monks looking at him in a daze. It's not? We don't know. However, the 9 heavens, void, divine world, is the peak of the 9 heavens. Not to mention, god emperors and god kings, even saints would find it difficult to ascend. Folded Shadow shook her head and chuckled. Her eyes were filled with yearning. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps choosing to follow Ling Xiao back then was not a bad thing. At the very least, she had the possibility of reaching the peak of the world. However, that's still a bit far from me. Ling Xiao nodded. Meeting Liang Yi today had broadened his horizons. No matter how glorious the Sky Demon Palace was in the past, it had been destroyed in the long river of history. He was the reincarnation of the Sky Demon, but he was also not. He would rebuild the Sky Demon Palace, but it would be the Sky Demon Palace that belonged to him. Master, these are the Chinkuan bags of the young masters of the ancient sections. Folding Shadow took out a few Chinkuan bags. There were a total of 34 of them. Damn! Ling Xiao face-bombed. His face was a bit pale. After tricking them for so long, he ended up tricking his own people. If someone luckily escaped and told the world that Tai Shindozi was a demon, Ling Xiao would cry to death. Evil Dragon General, I have let you down. Master, what's wrong? No, nothing. Who did you kill? Did anyone see it? Don't worry, Master. I killed all the young masters of the ancient sects and clans. I deliberately left a few alive. Ling Xiao's feet shook and he almost fell to the ground. Well done. You did well. Go and rest. I'm going to cultivate. Folding Shadow stared blankly at the figure that silently walked to the side. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she felt that Master was unhappy. It shouldn't be. Does Master blame me for not killing enough? But I haven't been idle at all this time. System. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the side. His face had already calmed down. In the past few days, what he had done in Enlightenment Mountain and the Secret Realm had accumulated as many as 50,000 villain points. It was time for him to upgrade his realm. After all, he couldn't afford to be careless in the relics left by the Sky Demon. In the end, everything in this world, whether it was gain or loss, couldn't escape from strength. Million demonic arts at a point. Buzz! An ear-piercing buzzing sound instantly rang out. Countless thunderclouds instantly surged over the demon suppression tower, covering the sky and the sun. Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared into the lightning that filled the sky. On the barren mountain outside the land of the last repose, Nian Qingyin stood naked at the top of the mountain, looking down at a cave that was sprinkled with golden light. There, she faintly felt a strange fluctuation spreading over. She thought that a strange treasure must have appeared. But just as she raised her foot and was about to land on the golden light, she saw a blue-robed figure flash over and step into the cave before her. Xia Chen? Nian Qingyin frowned slightly, but there was no panic in her eyes. Although Yuan Yu Saint was extremely famous, he was only in the middle of the Pong stage. There was no need to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Nian Qingyun deliberately slowed down her footsteps. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extremely faint evil. At the same time, in another dense forest, Ling Tian sat on the ground with a gloomy face. Behind him, Yi Sun-er's eyes were red. The power of Taoist principles surged around her body as she treated a bone-revealing injury on the young man's back. Junior brother, why don't we retreat? Shangguan Qinghe is obviously targeting us. We were lucky to escape this time, but if we meet him again, Yi Sun-er wanted to say something, but stopped. There seemed to be a touch of sadness between her eyebrows. In this secret territory, there were geniuses dying every day. Even if Shangguan Qinghe killed them here, no one would know about it. Ling Tian was very powerful. He had even killed an ancient clan genius in the middle of the Paong stage with one sword. But Shangguan Qinghe had more than 10 people following him. If it were not for the spiritual treasures on them, the two of them would have died this time. I'm fine, senior sister. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. After today's battle, his understanding of Taoist principles had improved again. Moreover, he had not used the celestial art. If the young master of the primordial chaos sect still did not know what was good for him, he did not mind letting him have a taste of the power of the 9 heaven-destroying swords. Chapter 279. A battle was about to break out in the mystic realm. While the ancient ruins were appearing one after another, a black light suddenly shot into the sky from the WYRM clan's ancestral land. Immediately after, a boundless aura spread out and enveloped the entire area. Oh, what a terrifying aura! Is the young master breaking through? Yi Xin and the others stood outside the hall and stared at the dark sky in shock. Although there were no tribulation clouds descending, the faint lightning intent coming from the hall was enough to frighten them. Boom! Finally, the door opened, and a young man in white slowly walked in. Yi Xin and the others hurriedly bowed. Even though they couldn't sense a trace of Ling Zhao's aura, the intimidating aura from his spirit still terrified them. Is there any news? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a 3rd-grade divine general. In the entire Xingzhou, there was probably no one who could reach this level at his age. Young master, a black light suddenly filled the sky above the Xing clan's sacred punishment mountain 2 days ago. I'm afraid a supreme treasure has appeared. Yi Shan reported softly. Ling Zhao's expression instantly darkened. 2 days ago? Why did you only report it now? F***CK. 2 days. Even if there was a creation inheritance in the ruins, it would have been snatched away by those children of destiny. Ling Xiao wished he could steal Xin and make a feast for all the WYRMS. Young master, didn't you say no one is allowed to disturb you? Her. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and finally shouted coldly, Follow me to the Xing clan! Since it was an ancient clan in the mystic realm, it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to barge in alone. However, now that he had a group of free fighters, it would be a waste not to use them. Young master, the old immortal has set the rules. Our clans are not allowed to interfere with the trial. If we go in so rashly, Yi Xin's expression was troubled as he stood up straight. Behind him, the group of WYRM experts also looked hesitant. Oh, Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Yi Xin. The latter felt his heart tremble violently and almost knelt on the ground. We swear to follow the young master till death. The group of people headed toward the Xing clan's Saint Mountain. At the same time, countless ancient ruins in the mystery realm began to shine with celestial light. The originally tranquil heavens and the earth were suddenly filled with foul winds, while a rain of blood sprinkled down, and it was like a scene of a punitive expedition. Nian Qingyin, how dare you steal my creation? In that barren mountain, 2 streams of flowing light flashed and disappeared, especially the one behind. Blood qi was surging all over his body. His face was ferocious, and the pressure of the middle stage of Paoang was surging, shocking the sky. It was Yuanyu, holy son, Xiachen. However, at this moment, there seemed to be bloodstains on Xiachen's body. His aura was also slightly weak. It was obvious that he had gone through a great battle. Nian Qingyin was holding a 7-colored spirit flower a few meters in front of him, and there was a faint smile on her beautiful face. At this moment, she seemed to have experienced a kind of happiness that she had never felt before. It was a kind of joy of standing behind others and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Humph! No wonder that bastard Ling Xiao always likes to take advantage of others. It really saves me a lot of effort. Nian Qingyin turned to look at Xiachen. Without hesitation, she used the ethereal law of Tao, and her beautiful figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Nian Qingyan. You'd better not fall into my hands. Xia, Chen gritted his teeth. Damn woman. He had fought hard for 2 days and killed several eastern border prodigies before he reached the depths of the cave abode. He did not expect that there would be a divine general demonic beast guarding the spirit flower. Just as Xia Chen was using all his means to fight the demonic beast, Nian Qingyun suddenly descended. She unleashed her ethereal Tao laws and easily plucked the 7-colored spiritual flower. That flower was called the 7-colored spirit flower, and it was a wonderful item that nourished the divine soul. Back then, Xia Chen's remnant soul hid in the soul-sucking pearl and slept for 1,000 years. Although he had been reborn, the injury to his divine soul had not healed. This flower originally belonged to him, but he did not expect it. Damn it. Let's see where you can run to. On the other side, Ling Xiao led a group of powerful warriors from the Flood Dragon tribe out of the tribe's territory. Just as he was about to head toward the Xing tribe, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Young master, what's wrong? Yi Shun's expression turned serious, and his dark aura instantly spread out. Oh, I want to relieve myself. Wait here. No matter what you hear later, don't come over. Ling Xiao looked up and vaguely looked into the distance. He took a step forward and instantly descended the mountain. At that moment, he could feel that in the void, an extremely light soul consciousness was firmly locked onto him. However, no matter how light that soul consciousness was, how could it escape the system's detection? Especially when it was a woman of destiny with a sweet smell. Movement. Don't come over. Could it be that there's a female demon in the forest? Yi Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. He revealed a look of understanding and nodded with a smile. Is she here? Ling Xiao stood under the ancient tree, took off his clothes, and went down. He intended to give that black-clad girl a chance. Otherwise, she would not have dared to appear so rashly. However, this girl is indeed cautious. She has probably been following me for the past few days, waiting for an opportunity. She is smarter than her simple-minded brother. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Ling Xiao whistled and counted a grasshopper. The smile in his eyes deepened. Buzz. At that moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the void above his head. Immediately, a black spear pierced through the air and instantly reached Ling Xiao's back. Huh. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. He did not even have time to lift the emperor's robe. Lightning instantly radiated from his palm. He directly turned around and grabbed that black spear. Above his head, Bai Ling's pretty face was stunned. She looked at the young man in front of her with his lower body exposed. In fact, the moment her gaze landed on him, she clearly saw that the young man seemed to have purposely shuddered. You scared me to death. It's you again. Ah! Bai Ling was embarrassed. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. The black spear in her hand suddenly bloomed with a monstrous bloody light. A wisp of extremely cold, bloody aura surged out, like a ferocious blood dragon, letting out a deafening roar. But no matter how she struggled, she was unable to snatch the spear from Ling Xiao's hands. Even as she continued to exert force, the young man's body swayed more and more, along with Bai Ling's face flushed red. In the end, she threw down the black spear and disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. F***CK. I'm so scared that I don't even want to pee anymore. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Only then did he pull up his pants unhurriedly. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking came from all directions at the same time. Strands of bloody spiritual light were like demonic snakes. They meandered through the air and turned into chains, wrapping around his body. Ah! What a terrifying, strange attack. Ah, I can't move. Ah, only today did I know that I'm not invincible. Ling Xiao's face was flustered. Lightning surged around his body, but in the end he was powerless to struggle and was bound to the ground by the bloody chains. However, at this moment his eyes were calm, as if there was a faint trace of evil in them. "Stinky sister, why don't you come out and talk? I have a story and wine. Take a good look. Am I the kind of brother you like? Humph. Let's see where you can escape to this time." Bai Ling's figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Her fair and cute face carried a faint trace of pride. Chapter 280. Who are you? Why are you attacking me again and again? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and shouted softly. "Humph, Ling Xiao, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you afraid?" Bai Ling crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered in front of Ling Xiao. There was a childish smugness on his slightly immature little face. At this time, she had probably forgotten how Ling Xiao had broken her spear with 2 fingers. All these years, Bai Ling had been honing her cultivation in the divine temple. Although she had killed many people, she had never gone out alone like this. Moreover, the people she had killed were all evil people according to her master. They either bullied the good and took advantage of women, or slaughtered the common people. In short, they all deserved to be killed. At first she resisted, but later she understood that if evil people were not killed, they would bring disaster to the world. She killed people, but she was also saving people. This time, if she had not sneaked out when her master was not paying attention, she would not have known that her brother had offended the successor of the Ling people. But how could a person who had never truly experienced the dangers of the world know the horror of people's hearts? Afraid? I, Ling Xiao, have always been open and above board. I have never done anything evil. Why do you try to assassinate me again and again? Ling Xiao straightened his neck, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Open and above board. You stole someone else's sweetheart and humiliated him. Is this considered open and above board? Bai Ling looked at Ling Xiao angrily and raised her hand to pick up the black spear that had fallen to the ground. Humph, no matter what you say, you are dead today. Stole someone else's sweetheart? Humiliated someone else? I don't understand. I, Ling Xiao, have a good character in the eastern border. When have I ever done such evil things? Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? Ling Xiao's voice was full of emotion and agitation. If someone was not familiar with him, they would really think that he had been greatly wronged. Mistaken me for someone else? Humph, is Nian Qingyin your fiancé? But I heard that she had a sweetheart before? Bai Ling sneered. The black spear in her hand was already covered in blood. Nian Qingyin? So you were talking about Brother Lin Shi. However, just as Bai Ling was about to stab the black spear in her hand into Ling Xiao's chest, Bai Ling's expression changed when she heard him call her brother. What is your name? Lin Shi. So it's because of this. Miss, you may not know this, but Lin Shi and I are brothers who have gone through life and death together. Back then, in Ling people, it was also the 2 of us who acted out a play together. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed, looking sad. Acting? You mean Lin Shi deliberately sent his sweetheart into your arms? Ling Xiao, do you think I'm a 12-year-old kid? Bai Ling clenched her teeth and shouted angrily with a ferocious look on her face. Sai, it's a long story. However, why do you care so much about my brother Lin Shi? Could it be? I don't need you to care. It's a long story, so don't say it. Bai Ling obviously did not believe Ling Xiao's words. She suddenly stabbed the black spear and aimed it at Ling Xiao's heart. Brother Lin, she is dead. What? Bai Ling's face instantly paled, and there was a strong sense of fear between her brows. What did you say? My brother, what happened? Your brother? It's really you. You are my sister. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that his body was tied up, he would have rushed up and hugged Bai Ling. Who is your sister? Tell me. What happened to my brother? Bai Ling's beautiful eyes were red, and she pointed the black spear in her hand at Ling Xiao's neck. Sigh. Brother Lin, she and I met on an ancient battlefield. We went through thick and thin together. We regretted not having met earlier. After we parted, we missed each other. We went through life and death together. We fell in love. Get to the point. Bai Ling was about to go crazy. She originally thought that her master was the most naggy person in the world. However, now that she saw this descendant of the Ling people, she realized that she was wrong. He told me that when the Lin family was destroyed, he fell off a cliff and accidentally met a remnant soul that helped him cultivate. Otherwise, how do you think he survived? Ling Xiao sighed, as if he was recalling a period of the past that was carved into his bones. Could it be that my brother was Sai at first? The two of them were quite harmonious. They cultivated together, and that remnant soul even taught your brother many cultivation methods. However, when his cultivation recovered, your brother gradually realized that his divine sense seemed to be out of control. What? Until one day he suddenly came to me and told me the secret, but it was already too late. Of course, I wanted to help him get rid of that remnant soul, but your brother said that the remnant soul was at the venerable realm when it was alive. Not only was he unable to break free, but no one in the entire Xingzhou was a match for it. I could only temporarily trap it in an ancient divine ring. But your brother couldn't let it go. He couldn't let go of Nian Qingyan and you. He was also afraid that Nian Qingyan wouldn't agree. By the way, your brother repeatedly told me that I must find you and love you as my own sister. Ling, is that you? Ling Xiao's eyes were red, and he was about to cry. He had indeed heard Lin. She mentioned Ling, Er's name, but he didn't know her full name. However, when Bai Ling heard him call her Ling, her heart trembled, and she almost cried out. Everyone in the sacred hall knew that she was called Qianma. No one knew her real name. Only brother Lin Shi and her father would call her Ling. So he deliberately pretended to deceive Nian Qingyan while he was still conscious, but in fact he just wanted to entrust her to you. When Ling Xiao called her Ling, Bai Ling was actually a little shaken. In particular, the details that Ling Xiao described were so realistic, and the tears on his face didn't seem to be fake. It turned out that he was her brother's brother, a good brother worthy of entrusting his wife's sister. Otherwise, why would her brother mention her name to him? Even if the Ling people were powerful, even her master couldn't find any clues about the destruction of the Lin clan. Ling people were powerful, but how could they compare to the Temple of Blood Soul? Beep, the destiny of the girl is shaken. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Not only that, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but there was a touch of sadness on his face. That remnant soul was cruel and merciless. He often threatened brother Lin Shi, saying that if he dared to expose his identity, he would kill all the people he cared about. So he pretended to break up with you and silently suffered all the consequences. Bai Ling's tears fell like rain, falling on the withered leaves on the ground, making a crisp sound. No, your brother, he destroyed his own divine soul and destroyed his memory. Such a magnificent feat made me cry for an entire 7 days, 6 nights, and 6 hours. But I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward. Even if that remnant soul is terrible and was in the venerable realm when he was alive, I will avenge brother Lin Shi. Before his cultivation recovers, I will kill him in this secret realm. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and the power around him soared to the sky, attracting countless clouds and thunder from the sky. So, this is the truth of the matter? Bai Ling looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. At this time, the young man in front of her seemed to be exuding a golden light, sacred and magnificent. If there was a trace of hesitation in Bai Ling's heart before, she was really willing to believe this young man's words now. Otherwise, why would he tell her that Lin Shi was here? If what he said was false, As long as she found Brother Lin Shi, wouldn't everything be clear? Whoosh! The blood-red chain around Ling Xiao quietly dissipated, and the latter rushed to Bai Ling without hesitation and hugged her tightly in his arms. Sister, I finally found you. I didn't let down Brother Lin Shi's will. I finally found you. Promise me don't leave me, okay? Ling Xiao buried his head in Bai Ling's hair, and there was a touch of intoxication on his face. He confirmed the smell. It was the silly loli. Ling Xiao, Brother Ling Xiao. The sadness on Bai Ling's face suddenly froze and turned into a touch of faint shyness. But in the bottom of her heart, she was touched by the friendship between Ling Xiao and her brother. I'm sorry, sister, I was too emotional. But now that Lin Shi's remnant soul is in the secret realm, you must not leave my side, or if you are met by him. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and sighed softly. Don't leave your side? Inexplicably, a touch of coldness flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. Chapter 281. Big Brother Ling Xiao. A cold glint flashed across Bai Ling's eyes. Although Ling Xiao's performance was very emotional, how could Bai Ling completely believe his one-sided words? She had never experienced the complexity of the world, but she was not a fool. The more the former wanted to tie her to his side, the more suspicious it was. No matter whether the remnant soul was real or not, she had to personally test it. I still have some personal matters to deal with. Don't worry, I will be very careful. When I'm done with my personal matters, I will immediately come to find you. Bai Ling smiled modestly and turned to leave. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of bitterness. You really lied to me? Bai Ling's eyes became colder and colder, and her heart was already filled with killing intent. Although your brother's divine soul was shattered in advance, the remnant soul has been with your brother for 7 years after all. It must be very familiar with his temper and character, and also very familiar with you. This is a voice transmission talisman. If there's anything, call me at any time. I lost a good brother, and I don't want to lose a good sister. However, at this time, Ling Xiao only looked at her nervously and did not show a trace of panic. He was not worried that Bai Ling would leave. He could not wait for her to personally test it so that she could completely fall into his arms. It was just that Lin Shi, that weakling, his luck was almost exhausted. He was really afraid that Bai Ling could not help but stab his dog head with her spear. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Damn! You! Suddenly, Bai Ling was a little confused. This Ling Xiao used... No, what medicine was he selling? If you want to find the remnant soul, go to the west. He is proficient in the Tao of pills. I guess he must be going for the fire tribe in this secret realm. You can go there and look for him. Ling Xiao, big brother, thank you. I will pay attention to my safety. I will not act rashly. Bai Ling took a deep look at Ling Xiao. Especially at this time, the latter had obviously guessed her intentions, but appeared to be extremely indifferent. In an instant, she felt an indescribable sense of guilt in her heart. Could it be that I'm thinking too much? But no matter what, she had to meet Lin Shi. That gentle, kind, upright, and doting brother of hers. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you would leave Ling, or like this. Only when Bai Ling's figure disappeared did the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curl into a sneer. Of course, he didn't believe that Bai Ling would be so stupid as to be fooled by him with just a few words. But how much of the Lin Shi of today was the same as before? He still remembered the first time he saw that young man in the Ling people's land. He was dressed in white and had bright eyes. In his smile, there was a pure and clean confidence. But now, he didn't even trust his own grandfather. How could he trust his sister, who had been missing for 7 years, so easily? Moreover, Shui Yu had gained Lin Shi's trust now. If Bai Ling didn't go, who would come to borrow the cauldron from him. Everything was just the beginning. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Why did young master go for so long? Yi Lang frowned and looked in the direction of the ancient forest in the distance. For a moment, he seemed to have felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation and a woman's scream. I suspect that you are insulting young master. Is this little bit of time considered long? Beside him, Yi Xin frowned and coldly glanced at Yi Lang, causing the latter's heart to tremble. The true colors of a true dragon. Young master is the true colors of a true dragon. Let's go. But the moment the two of them finished speaking, the void in front of them suddenly shattered. Ling Xiao's figure slowly walked toward the center of the secret realm. At the same time, in the depths of the secret realm, in front of a pitch-black ancient mountain, she looked excitedly at the strange mountain in the distance that seemed to have been burned by raging flames. The corner of his mouth faintly raised into a smile. Young master, have you found it? Beside him, Shuiyu-er's pretty face was also filled with joy. It should be right. Now, only that ancient cauldron is left. She sighed, and there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes. Sister, where are you? If you're here, with the combined strength of the three of us, as long as we lure Ling Xiao and Xiaqin into a battle, we might still have a chance. Young master, why don't I go and deceive Ling Xiao? Shuiyu-er asked tentatively. No, although you and Xiaqin fell out, Ling Xiao may not believe you. It's fine. Let's wait and see. If there is no chance, I still have a way to open this relic. She touched Shuiyu-er's face with heartache. This woman is really good at deceiving others. Young master, why have I never heard you mention your family? Shuiyu-er leaned gently in She's arms and pouted her red lips. Young master, I really want to know everything about you more and more. Ha! I have a sister who has been separated for many years. My Lin family was slaughtered and we were separated. But did you know, Yua? When I arrived at the secret realm that day, I actually saw her. She is the girl who provoked Ling Xiao. Speaking of Bai Ling, She's face suddenly revealed a sincere smile. Ah, it's her, young master, who slaughtered your family. Shuiyu-er covered her mouth with her jade-like hand and asked with a sad expression. I didn't know at first, but now I suspect it's Ling people, but I don't have any evidence. Young master, you can tell me the appearance of the person who slaughtered your Lin family. I know most of the experts in the Shenzhou. Shuiyu-er's jade-like hand gently stroked Xi's chest. The latter's face instantly revealed a look of enjoyment. Young master, do you still remember that person's appearance? Of course I remember. Even if I turn into ashes, I won't forget it. He is a white-clothed swordsman, surrounded by Taoist principles, handsome. Is there a scar at the corner of his mouth? Shuiyu-er suddenly broke free from Xi's arms. Xi's face almost instantly froze. Yes, you know him. How can I not know him? He is a heaven-rank assassin from the Blood Soul Temple. Shuiyu-er sighed softly, and there was a hint of ridicule between her eyebrows. She didn't know any assassin from the Blood Soul Temple. What she said just now was transmitted by Ling Xiao's divine sense. Ever since Uncle Ghost reported to him the identity of the person who slaughtered the Lin family, Ling Xiao tried hard to recall the appearance of the white-clothed swordsman. He found that the scar at the corner of his mouth was the most special. He didn't expect that the Lin family was really destroyed by the Blood Soul Temple. However, this was in line with Ling Xiao's conjecture. That Blood Soul Temple must have taken a fancy to Bai Ling's aptitude and destroyed her whole family, causing her heart to be filled with resentment and killing. Ruthless. Sure enough, no matter which world it was, the way assassin organizations recruited disciples was extremely cruel. However, this seemed to have given Ling Xiao another opportunity to take advantage of. Suddenly, somewhere in the secret territory, Ling Xiao's face suddenly raised a smile, which scared Yi Jinseng and the others. They only felt a chill and had a premonition that they were going to be cooked. What? It's actually the Blood Soul Temple? But my Lin family has always been comfortable. How could we provoke such an evil sect? Lin, she suddenly froze on the spot. He believed Shui Yu's words. After all, the latter was backed by the Yinfan Holy Land and was not a decent sect. Perhaps they had some connections with the Blood Soul Temple. Moreover, since she could say the appearance of the white-clothed swordsman in advance, it was enough for Lin Shi to believe. Young Master's sister is not his biological sister? Shui Yu suddenly asked doubtfully. Lin, she only felt his hair stand on end, but he quickly calmed down. Impossible, it can't be Ling. His Lin family had nothing. Why would they go through so much trouble for the Blood Soul Temple? There must be some misunderstanding. I heard from the old ancestor that the Blood Soul Temple has a very ancient and evil ceremony. It uses the blood of one's loved ones to comprehend the Tao Law. The Blood Soul Temple has always been evil and is not tolerated by the world. Therefore, they often choose some inconspicuous small sects to cultivate their disciples. Speaking of this, Shui Yu, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. She quickly shook her head and explained, "Young Master, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. I just remembered something." Chapter 282. The Blood of a Loved One? Comprehending the Principle? Lin, she repeated Shui Yu's words in a daze. His face was already dull. How could it be? Impossible. Ling, I would never do that. But, apart from this reason, what else did the Lin family have that the Blood Soul Temple would want? Moreover, when he fell off the cliff that day, he was already dead. If he had not picked up the ring and met Elder Ling, he would have already died. Then how did Ling survive? If it happened once, it would be a coincidence. If it happened twice at the same time, hiss! Suddenly, Lin, she felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. If that was the case, then this time Bai Ling came to the secret territory. Could it be that she wanted to hone her own principle? Wait, if she did not comprehend the principle, would this conjecture be broken? That day, when the secret territory opened, Lin, she did see Bai Ling attack Ling Xiao. However, he did not have the system, so he could not tell if the latter had comprehended the principle. The pitiful Lin, she probably didn't know that his precious little sister had been entrusted to Ling Xiao by himself. "Brother, is that you?" Just as Lin, she was muttering to himself, a soft voice, filled with longing, suddenly came from behind him. Gulp! Lin Shi, who was originally cold to his waist, instantly rushed to the top of his head. Even his face became inexplicably pale. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at the face that he had been thinking about day and night for 7 years. At this moment he felt an inexplicable fear. His heart suddenly trembled. Linga? Brother, it's really you." Bai Ling's eyes were filled with tears. Even if she had already believed that the person in front of her was not her brother, she still felt that familiar aura and could not help but want to get closer to him. "You, how did you recognize me?" Lin, she's lips trembled and instinctively stepped back. He felt that things seemed to have become more and more strange. Could it be that the Blood Soul Temple left a mark on him? But why did they not come to find him all these years? Could it be that they had achieved their goal and left him alone for a while? The stronger the whetstone, the more tenacious the saber would be. He understood this logic, but he just couldn't accept it. 7 years of yearning had been wasted, and his true love had turned into an enemy. "Big brother, even if you become a corpse, I will still recognize you." Bai Ling frowned slightly. Lin, she's current behavior had already made her suspicious. They hadn't seen each other for 7 years. Although her appearance had changed a little, if it was her brother Lin Shi, he would definitely be able to recognize her. Now, shouldn't he be crying, holding her in his arms, and saying how much they missed each other? But now he was actually standing in the distance with his guard up. This feeling was very unfamiliar, very painful, and very infuriating. Calm down. Bai Ling, you need to calm down. Perhaps it was because they had not seen each other for too long, or perhaps his appearance was too sudden. Besides, if what Ling Xiao said was true, Lin she might be a cultivator in the martial highness realm now. Even if his cultivation was not there, his means were not something that a Powong cultivator could contend with. She had promised brother Ling Xiao that she would return alive, become a corpse. Lin, she's eyes narrowed. As expected, there was a problem. Did you hear what she said? Was this something a F** King Human would say? Haha, sister, where have you been for the past 7 years? Why did you only come to find me now? But in the end, Lin, she still chose to hide his emotions. Before he fully understood the situation, he could not lose his composure. I have been practicing in the Divine Temple. Big brother, how about you? How did you survive these years? Bai Ling smiled faintly, but there was no excitement on her face. It was indeed good to specialize in alchemy. There was an obvious aura of fire in the black mountain in the distance. Perhaps, Lin, she came here for something. Big brother, is it really not you? Divine Temple? What Divine Temple? Lin Shi's face, which had just calmed down, instantly turned pale again. Damn, it was a match. Everything matched what Yua had said. Could it be the Divine Temple of Blood Soul? Yes, big brother, that day when you fell off the cliff, I was chased by the white-robed swordsman. I thought I would die in his hands, but suddenly an old grandpa appeared and saved me. He even accepted me as his disciple. Bai Ling smiled sweetly, but a trace of pain flashed through her beautiful eyes. My brother, I didn't expect that farewell would become our farewell forever. Some people really turned around and became a lifetime. Old grandpa? Lin, she was stunned. Damn, you also met an old grandpa? Still alive? Is it possible? Is there such a coincidence in this world? That old grandpa did not appear earlier or later, but at the moment when my Lin family was slaughtered and I fell off the cliff? Conspiracy. This is the smell of conspiracy. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Bai Ling looked suspiciously at Lin Shi's constantly changing expression, but she was more certain that this Lin Shi was fake. Oh, nothing. Ling, you have been practicing in the Divine Temple of Blood Soul all these years? Lin Shi hurriedly put away the gloomy expression on his face and revealed a gentle smile. No matter who Bai Ling was, since she had delivered herself to his door, it was not impossible to make use of her. But that day, she had already shown her killing intent to Ling Xiao. If she appeared in front of Ling Xiao again, it would definitely arouse his suspicion. But I am a little expert in alchemy. If he wanted to change his appearance, it would be a simple matter. Moreover, Bai Ling was a disciple of the Divine Temple of Blood Soul. She must be good at concealing her aura. Ling Xiao's reputation was well known in the Shenzhou. He would not refuse a proud girl who delivered herself to his door, right? Yes, big brother, what's wrong? The brother and sister had a respectful appearance, while Shui Yu, Ari's face had already bloomed with a charming smile. Just now, I saw sister provoking Ling Xiao. You must know what happened to young master Lin Shi, right? I just don't know. How is your cultivation now? That Ling Xiao is a monstrous genius with Dao laws. Since you revealed your killing intent towards him, how did you manage to escape? Shui Yu, sized up by Ling and said with an inexplicable meaning, so what if he is a demon with Dao law? My blood shadow Dao law contains the profound meaning of the killing Dao. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Bai Ling's small face raised a touch of arrogance, while Lin Shi's face suddenly became dull. Damn, it is indeed the power of Dao law, the pinnacle of the killing Dao, the blood shadow Dao law. I have the help of a venerable expert and have merged with the heaven and earth spirit fire. Until now, I have not comprehended the power of Tao law. You, a 14 or 15-year-old little girl, have comprehended the killing Tao? Suddenly, the last trace of doubt in Lin Shi's heart disappeared. Using killing to prove the Tao and comprehending the Tao law through the blood of relatives. It turns out that our Lin family is just a tool for cultivation in your eyes. Big brother, why are you here? Of course, Bai Ling could not guess what Lin Shi was thinking at this time. She just looked at Shui Yu with annoyance. This woman emitted an itchy smell from head to toe. At first glance, one could tell that she was not a good person. Birds of a feather flock together. Little sister, there is a creation of mine in this mountain. I am here to take back what belongs to me. Lin, she did not mention the spiritual fire, but smiled indifferently. What belongs to you? Oh, then why don't you go up and hide in this mountain forest? This, Lin Shi's face darkened. Nonsense, if I had the strength, would I be hiding here? Sigh, little sister, you don't know. In order to take back this creation, I need another thing, but that thing is not with me. Chapter 283. What is it that isn't with you? Bai Ling was a little confused. If the remnant soul in Lin Shi's body was at the revered realm, even if his cultivation was not there, a wisp of soul power would not be something that ordinary people could resist. The key to open the relic is an ancient cauldron. However, that ancient cauldron was taken away by that bastard Ling Xiao. Sister, with your current strength, is it possible to— Lin, she wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Greed flashed in his eyes. Looking at his current appearance, Bai Ling's face suddenly bloomed with a bright smile. As expected, he is not my brother. My brother will not show such a wretched expression. He will not be willing to let me do dangerous things. Just now, that woman clearly said that I expressed my intention to kill Ling Xiao, but now he— Brother, you can't defeat Ling Xiao? It's not that I can't defeat him. It's just that Ling Xiao is not my only enemy. There is also Yuan Yu's Saint Xiaqin and Yun Alliance's successor Su Yan. Once I appear rashly, I'm afraid that I will immediately attract their attention. However, sister, don't worry. As long as I obtain the fortune in this mountain, my strength will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Wouldn't it be more perfect if I use it to train the Tao law? Lin Shi's smile was extremely gloomy. Bai Ling obviously did not understand the meaning of his words. Train the Tao law? Brother, are you saying that you will be able to comprehend the Tao law after obtaining that fortune? No. That fortune does not belong to me alone. It is an opportunity for you and me. At that time, the two of us will be able to do whatever we want in this secret realm. Lin, she hurriedly shook his head. The ancient ring in his hand was still flickering with a faint light. Since Bai Ling had comprehended the power of the Tao law, he was afraid that with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat her. Even with Shui Yu, they might not be able to kill her. At this moment, Elder Ling's role was highlighted. Well, I can take this opportunity to test that old man. Oh, brother, you want me to kill Ling Xiao and take back that ancient cauldron? Bai Ling smiled and nodded, but her face was gloomy. It wasn't that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but he was her brother now. Who does this Lin she think he is? How dare he instigate me to kill big brother Ling Xiao? However, she had to inform big brother Ling Xiao so that he wouldn't fall into this treacherous villain's trap. Sister, I know that Ling Xiao's cultivation is terrifying. Even Yuan Yu Sage is no match for him, but— Lin, she suddenly fished out a white jade pill from his bosom. This is a shape-shifting pill. If you take it, even I won't be able to recognize you. That Ling Xiao is lustful by nature. If you take the initiative to approach him, he won't be on guard at all. When the time comes, if you have the chance, you can try to kill him. Oh, why didn't brother let her go? Bai Ling pretended to be innocent and looked at Shuai. Hee hee, this shape-shifting pill can only change one's appearance, but it can't change one's aura. Sister, didn't you recognize me by my aura just now? You don't have much contact with Ling Xiao, so he shouldn't be suspicious. Moreover, haven't you been cultivating in the blood hall? Aren't you good at assassination and concealment? Lin, she explained with a smile. Shuai, you was such an upright and lovely girl. How could he be willing to let her die? As long as Bai Ling went there, if she could successfully kill Ling Xiao and take back the ancient cauldron, it would naturally be killing two birds with one stone. If she couldn't and Ling Xiao found out, then it was very likely that Elder Ling had tipped him off. At that time, he would only have himself to blame for using his lowly life to open the remains. In short, no matter whether Bai Ling's trip was successful or not, it was foolproof for him. Wonderful. I, Lin Shi, am simply a clever little devil. Such a good show to kill two birds with one stone. I actually planned it so carefully. Damn. Let's see who dares to say that I have a low intelligence. Oh, I'm not going. Just when Lin she was pondering in his heart and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, Bai Ling suddenly shook her head and said in a calm tone, "Burp." The expression on Lin Shi's face almost instantly became sluggish and then turned into a ferocious expression. "Bai Ling, do you know what is contained in the remains in the mountains?" "Bai Ling? Hee hee, the fox's tail is getting bigger and bigger. In the past, my brother would never call me Bai Ling because, in his eyes, I was his biological sister, and the surname Bai was too estranged. What is it?" Bai Ling's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of craftiness. "Find out about the good fortune in the remains and tell Brother Ling Xiao that I will accompany him. It can be considered as an apology to him. It's funny that I actually wanted to kill him before. Brother Ling Xiao won't be angry, right? Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Ling Heir, there is an ancient emperor's inheritance in this mountain. Maybe he has the secret to becoming an immortal. As long as you help me get the ancient cauldron, I promise that we will share the good fortune in it." Lin she gritted his teeth, and a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on his face. "Ling Heir, I beg you. Have you forgotten how I hugged you and coaxed you to sleep when you were young? I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, brother. I will go and find Ling Xiao now." Bai Ling smiled and reached out to take the disguised pill in Lin Shi's hand. A trace of gloominess flashed across her beautiful eyes. A fourth-grade pill. With Lin Shi's talent, not to mention alchemy, even cultivation was strenuous. Brother Ling Xiao didn't lie to me. The one who killed Lin, she was indeed an alchemy master. Naughty Ling Heir, you are still so naughty. Then I will wait here for your good news. Lin, she heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to rub Bai Ling's hair. This scene made the latter's eyes flash with tears. In the past, every time she was naughty, brother also liked to rub her hair like this. But, in the blink of an eye, the two of them were separated by life and death. Then I will go, brother. Bai Ling put away her memories. A layer of bloody light quietly lit up outside her body and she disappeared in a flash. Only when her aura completely disappeared did Lin Shi's face become gloomy again. "It seems that my sister has changed quite a lot. Young master, are you not afraid that she will take the cauldron and open the secret realm by herself?" "Shuai Yu." Oi's sudden words instantly made Lin Shi's face turn dull. *CK. Even a wise man would make a mistake once in a while. The ancients didn't lie to me. Just now he was only thinking about how to scheme against Bai Ling and Ling Xiao and forgot about this. He was careless. Sheer, don't worry. Even if that girl gets the cauldron, she will not be able to enter the secret realm. Elder Ling's voice suddenly came from the ring. Elder Ling, what do you mean? Could it be that there are other restrictions outside the ruins? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed and a trace of gloominess flashed in the depths of his eyes. "I still need a strand of my soul." With Elder Ling's old plan, Lin Shi's face immediately relaxed. Fortunately, it is not an incantation. Otherwise, if you told Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be able to open the ruins? Ha ha ha. Elderling is indeed thoughtful. But, Elderling, did you feel it just now? The Tao law on my sister. It is very bloody and very gloomy. I am afraid that it was tempered by mountains and seas of corpses. I am afraid that your sister is an evil cultivator. Elderling wanted to say something, but hesitated. He was afraid that if he said too much, it would make Lin Shi angry. After all, he had some understanding of the relationship between this disciple and his sister. In these 7 years, he had heard Ling Er's name too many times. Evil cultivator. As expected, since even this old thing said so, then it must be true. Lin Shi's body emitted a strand of killing intent. The trap had been set. Now, what he needed to do was to wait for the result with peace of mind. But no matter what, he must win this game. Chapter 284. On the other side, Bai Ling left the ancient forest and stood on top of a towering ancient tree. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. Brother, I didn't expect that I had waited for 7 years. In the end, I saw you being possessed. Don't worry. After I have repaid Brother Ling Zhao's kindness, I will definitely avenge you with my own hands. Also, since you have entrusted me to Brother Ling Xiao, from today onwards, I will treat him as my brother. I will give all my love for you to him. Achoo! In the center of the secret realm, high up in the sky, Ling Zhao's face revealed an inexplicable smile again. The surrounding experts of the Flood Dragon clan shuddered. The coldness in their hearts became even more intense. So fast! At this moment, he could hear continuous beeping sounds from the system, especially the last one. Beep. The destined child is courting death. His providence has been lost. Kill him and you will receive additional rewards. Instantly, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Yi Xin and the others were so frightened that they almost killed themselves on the spot. It's too scary. People often say that accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Accompanying Master Ling Xiao is simply like accompanying death. Young Master, the Xing clan has arrived. Yi Xin elbowed Ling Xiao. The latter immediately took a step forward awkwardly. He walked to Ling Xiao's side and said humbly, "Oh." Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the mountain peak, not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, countless figures had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Many of them were famous geniuses of the eastern border. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the demonic light on the mountain peak had already enveloped a radius of 100 miles. However, none of the geniuses of the eastern border stepped foot on the mountain peak. Senior, you said to wait a little longer. We have already waited here for 2 days. When can we reach the mountain peak? In front of the crowd, a handsome young man with a cold expression stood with his hands behind his back. He shouted coldly. Behind him stood a few other young geniuses with strong auras. I asked you to wait. Just wait. Why are you talking so much nonsense? In front of the crowd, an old man in a black robe swept his cold eyes across the crowd. His voice contained a tinge of unquestionable dignity. He was actually an emperor god expert. Humph! Before we entered the secret zone, the Lord of Taishan had told us that the cultivators of the Lost Clan in the secret zone were not allowed to interfere with your training. What's the matter? Are you planning to break the rules? The handsome young man smiled indifferently and turned to look at the crowd behind him. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? What young master Hao Jian said makes sense. Even if we go up, would this god emperor dare to attack us? Immediately, some sky prides responded. However, the god emperor merely shook his head and smiled. He suddenly stretched out his palm and waved it down fiercely. There was a great force around him that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Instantly, everyone's faces turned pale, and they retreated. As for Hao Jian's figure, he was directly sent flying. his entire head almost sticking into the ground. I can't kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't crush you. If you have the guts, go ahead. Since the historical remains are in the Xing clan's territory, we will decide when to open and when to close. Oh, so domineering? What if I insist on going up? However, just as the elder finished speaking, a faint laugh suddenly came from the distant sky. Soon after, everyone saw a white-clothed figure descend from the sky and land in front of the old man. At the same time, many figures with terrifying auras flew over and stood quietly behind the young man. F***CK. It's Lord Ling Xiao. As expected of Lord Ling Xiao. He doesn't even care about the God Emperor. However, who are those people standing behind him? Why do their auras seem so powerful? Many of the eastern borders, sky prides, were surprised. Didn't the Lord of Taishan say that cultivators were not allowed to enter the secret zone? Why were there so many powerful cultivators behind Ling Xiao? Conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. However, if they questioned him now, would they be silenced? So it's Lord Ling Xiao. What was even more puzzling was that the God Emperor of the Xing clan didn't seem angry at all when he saw Ling Xiao. He even bowed. Ling Xiao. Who is Ling Xiao? Why does his name sound like a person? Yi Cheng and Yi Lang looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Could it be that the young master used an alias to travel around the outside world? It must be. The young master was such a low-key person. He even came to the Flood Dragon tribe incognito. How could he show off his identity as the great, mighty, heavenly dragon to others? Young master. Low-key. Do you know me? A hint of hesitation appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Could it be that my name is written all over my face? Otherwise, why would the God Emperor of the Lost Clan in the secret zone bow to me? I am Xing Xin, the master of the Xing clan. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Young master, please. The relic is at the peak of the Demon Mountain. Xing Xin moved to the side and shouted loudly. Hearing that, all the eastern borders sky prides were surprised, especially Hao Jian, whose face instantly turned ferocious. F***CK. Could it be that this relic was opened for Ling Xiao alone? Ling Xiao, you are domineering. You are heartless. You have gone too far. Oh, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. In an instant, he understood the whole story. The Xing clan must have been arranged by Taoist Taishan to guard the inheritance of the sky demon here. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. He walked toward the peak, leaving the eastern borders, sky prides, standing there in a daze. For a moment, they did not know what to do. Right at this moment, Hao Jian actually took a step forward and followed closely behind Ling Xiao. Except for Lord Ling Xiao, whoever goes up will die. Xing Xin said coldly. Instantly, Hao Jian's face turned gloomy. Why? Why can he go up, but we can't? Taoist Taishan said that whoever can obtain the fortune in the secret zone will get it. Oh, from what you're saying, you think you're more capable than me. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the reckless youth. Is that what you guys think too? A young master, I think, just as one of the sky prides in black was about to speak. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his finger. Then everyone saw how Jian, who was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago, suddenly split open and fell to the ground. What did you just say? What do you think? Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and looked at the black-clothed youth who was standing in front of everyone in a daze. I think a relic like this should be explored by young master alone. With our strength, we would be courting death if we went in. Young master's action is very righteous. You saved our lives. After the young man in black finished speaking, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed twice. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. In the future, young master will be my second parent. Gulp. The sky prides looked at the young sky prides, who knelt on the ground for a long time. Their faces were already pale, and their eyes were filled with disdain. "You are really AF * King Dog." However, when they felt Ling Xiao's gaze on them, the Skyprides, who were originally angry, knelt on the ground and shouted, "Young master is righteous!" "Oh, I am very relieved that you can understand my good intentions. Don't be afraid, I am not a good person." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and slowly walked toward the peak, leaving the Skyprides and demons behind. They did not dare to say another word. Chapter 285. When Ling Xiao reached the top of the demonic mountain, he saw an ancient stone temple standing there quietly. The stone palace was pitch black. Demonic patterns swirled around it, giving off a boundless feeling. Endless demonic light shrouded the entire mountain like dark clouds. At this moment, the temple door was open. A faint voice came from within, as if it had been through the ages. "Demon, descend. It's this voice again." Ling Xiao's expression froze. He had gone to the Four Barren Lands because he had heard the summons in his soul sea. Could it be another spiritual treasure left behind by the sky demon in this world? Finally, Ling Xiao stepped forward and walked towards the ancient temple. Boom! However, the moment his figure disappeared into the darkness, an indescribably terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. Even with Ling Xiao's current soul strength, he could not resist at all. What entered his eyes was pitch black. The boundless darkness caused a trace of loneliness and despair to emerge from the bottom of one's heart. Moreover, what surprised Ling Xiao even more was that his connection with the demon's subduing ancient tower was completely blocked by an unfamiliar and evil force. Is this an illusion? Or is this the sky demon's test? Ling Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He felt that this treatment was exclusive to the Son of Destiny. Could it be that as he gained more providence, he also started to have his own creation? Thump, thump, thump. It was only when the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard from afar that Ling Xiao's eyes quietly narrowed. Starlight blossomed around his body, and a thunder sun slowly rose above his head. However, what terrified Ling Xiao was that the light emitted by the thunder sun was instantly swallowed by the darkness. There was no light at all. What kind of power is this? Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. They were getting closer and closer. This fear of the unknown made Ling Xiao uneasy. He had a forbidden physique, but from Liang Yi's attitude, he could see some clues. The sky demon's true body was only the threshold to gain the recognition of the sky demon's old subordinates. The inheritance in this relic was the key to becoming their new master. In other words, this inheritance might not be as easy to obtain as one imagined. Once Ling Xiao died, to Liang Yi it would be nothing more than waiting. When the footsteps stopped about 10 feet in front of Ling Xiao, the 4 Tao laws shone around him. The black shadow remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a soft cry of surprise. Then, the darkness in Ling Xiao's eyes became absolute. For a moment, Ling Xiao thought he was blind. What's going on? Demonic qi surged around him as the sky demon true body was unleashed to the extreme. However, Ling Xiao still couldn't see anything. He only heard the black shadow's footsteps moving further and further away before finally disappearing. An illusion? Gradually, Ling Xiao began to relax. He sat cross-legged and tried to unravel this dark secret. However, when this seemingly eternal darkness lasted for 7 days, a trace of fear finally appeared in his heart, especially when there was no difference between opening and closing his eyes. That single color made him feel extremely depressed. Later, Ling Xiao began to walk forward aimlessly. However, he didn't want to wait for death. If this was just an illusion, why couldn't he feel any fluctuations of the array? The so-called test was to fall into the darkness? To die alone? No way. As long as it was a trap, there must be a way to break it. Otherwise, why would Liang Yi spend so much effort and wait for 1,000 years? Time passed slowly. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had walked. 1 year, 3 years, or 10 years. When he was completely exhausted, his body finally fell to the ground. In this strange world, there was no spirit qi, no vitality, and no wind. Everything seemed to be still. So, I guess I have to become a part of it. Ling Xiao lay on the ground. Although his eyes were open, he could only see darkness. This feeling was really infuriating. In the end, he closed his eyes. He didn't struggle, didn't ask for anything, and didn't think about where this place was. Loneliness, despair, and even a little sadness. Different from the brilliance of the outside world. Time here was a heavy torture for any life. Another 10 years passed. Ling Xiao's heart was no longer disturbed. He was like a boulder lying quietly on the ground. Only then did he understand that both immortals and demons yearned for light. No one was born to like darkness. All the living beings curled up in the darkness were forced to do so. Just like him, he couldn't tell the difference between being alive and being dead. Gradually, Ling Xiao's body began to age. Death aura spread around him. He seemed to believe that perhaps this was his final destination. Nian Qingyan, his parents, Yi Qingchan, Lin Meng, and the others flashed past his eyes. If they know that I'm dead, they will be very sad, right? But why do I have to die here? Since this world is dark, why don't I shatter it and restore order? For a moment, Ling Xiao suddenly understood something. Ever since he transmigrated, although he was a villain, he had never experienced true life and death. As a result, his state of mind had always been meticulous and careful, but he lacked a true domineering aura. He schemed against the people of destiny and stole their providence, but he was very cautious. In other words, he had never felt that he was the main character of this world. Yes, he wasn't, but the sky demon was. Ling Xiao seemed to have understood. When he opened his eyes again, he looked up at the sky. The primordial sky demon was born at the beginning of the primordial era, the first wisp of darkness. It suppressed the immortals and had an ancient, domineering aura. Although in the end he died on the way to resist the heavenly Tao. But from the beginning to the end, he was the one who controlled the order. When did he get controlled by the order? So, I say, there must be light in this world. Suddenly, the entire world began to tremble and buzz. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky. There, 2 blood moons began to rise. Finally, they stood above heaven and earth like eyes, looking down on the common people. It's not a blood moon, this pair of eyes, as if suddenly thinking of something. Before Ling Xiao could covet the only different color in the eternal darkness, his expression suddenly changed. It's the eyes of the demonic shadow in the illusory wall. Boom! The blood moon fell, piercing through the eternal solitude. Ling Xiao only felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Even the eye of Nirvana instinctively bloomed with golden light. However, the blood-soaked moon did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the end, it fell into Ling Xiao's eye sockets. Intense pain assaulted him. Ling Xiao only felt that his eyes were about to shatter. An inexplicable evil wave began to rise around him. He stood there, but he seemed to be one with the darkness around him. The darkness in front of him gradually faded. It was not until a familiar figure walked over from the end of his vision that the confusion in Ling Xiao's eyes completely dissipated. "Welcome, Master." Without any hesitation, Liang Yi directly knelt in front of Ling Xiao this time. So, the inheritance is the sky demon's eye? And the complete Tao of darkness? Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile. The darkness turned into my eyes so that I can use it to look down on the light. As Ling Xiao's gaze fell, the originally dim ancient palace instantly fell into darkness. Even Liang Yi stood on the spot, somewhat frightened at this moment. He looked at everything in front of him blankly. A world with one eye, the dark domain. Is this the power of the sky demon's eye? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. Compared to the eye of Nirvana, the sky demon's eye was clearly much more useful. In the dark domain, Ling Xiao was confident that he could fight even a divine lord expert. As Ling Zhao's thoughts moved, countless demonic shadows suddenly appeared in the darkness and rushed toward Liang Yi. Master. Liang Yi did not dare to hesitate at all. He instantly activated the evil dragon war body. A pitch-black giant halberd appeared in his hand, and he swept it in all directions. However, just as the black halberd in his hand smashed into the demonic shadows, the latter suddenly disappeared. Ling Zhao's figure had already appeared behind him. In here, I am the master. Reincarnation is useless. Chapter 286. My lord! Liang Yi felt a chill in his heart, especially when he felt the cold aura from the demonic blade beside his neck. Fear flashed across his eyes. He did not suppress his cultivation, but he was still unable to resist. He could not see Ling Zhao's figure or feel his aura here. In fact, the boundless darkness actually caused him to feel a trace of despair. Darkness domain, endless darkness. It is indeed my lord Sky Demon's eye. Liang Yi's lips curled into a smile. He turned his head and looked at the space in front of him, but he could not see anything. My lord, you can take my life. The Tao of reincarnation on me will be a congratulatory gift for your return. According to the Sky Demon Palace's tradition, we will celebrate with blood on the day of the celebration. Come on, my lord, kill me as a sacrifice for your return. Ling Zhao's eyes twitched. This evil dragon general was really ruthless. He had reincarnated for 1,000 years just to wait for the sky demon's return. Now that he had obtained the inheritance here, he finally dispelled all the worries in his heart. When they first met, Liang Yi was respectful enough to him, but there was also a faint distance between them. The sky demon's inheritance was indeed a test. It was not only a test for him, a reincarnator, but also a confirmation of his identity as the sky demon. At this moment, Liang Yi's eyes were full of sincerity and no longer held back. Such a general is my general, not the sky demon's general. Of course, until the very end, no one would know who was the real player in this game of heaven and earth. Back then, the great demon Su peeled off layer by layer. Wasn't it just one conspiracy after another? As a transmigrator, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless when dealing with people from 1,000 years ago. They might be really loyal, or they might have a mission, or they might not even know that they were in the game. After all, the Sky Demon's methods were not something ordinary people could imagine. After 1,000 years of reincarnation, who knew whether or not he was a chess piece set up by someone else? Especially now that he had replaced the true soul of the Sky Demon reincarnate. This secret was enough for Ling Xiao to be extremely cautious. Liang Yi was a loyal general. Those who are used by me will naturally be used by me without any hesitation. However, the necessary precautions must not be left behind. Only then would he be able to stand above the heavens and earth. I'm not the mandate of heaven, so I'm not protected. I am not heartless, but I do not dare to be fickle in love. Perhaps one day someone will break through all the worries in my heart. But now, all of his schemes were for the sake of becoming stronger. In the end, strength was the key to controlling the situation. If I stand at the peak of the heavens, everyone in the 4 seas will be my brother. Those who are not my brothers will be killed. Destiny. The order of the Grand Tao is determined by me. So who can the heavenly Tao protect? What era is this? Bad habits can't be left. A loyal general like you is what the Sky Demon Palace will rely on to rise again. However, Liang Yi, can you tell me about the other generals now? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled slightly as he spoke with a righteous look. Liang Yi's strength was only one of the 9 generals. One could imagine how terrifying the remaining top fighting forces of the Sky Demon Palace were. With the help of one of them, Ling Xiao dared to kill his way into the saint and take the head of the saint's divine master. My lord! I have been guarding this world ever since I reincarnated. I really don't know about the others. Liang Yi shook his head. The darkness in front of him gradually dissipated, revealing the ancient palace. You said that the descendant of the Sky Demon who appeared 300 years ago did not have a forbidden physique? What's going on? This was what Ling Xiao was truly concerned about. It was also the reason why he was on guard against Liang Yi. Why did the descendant of the Sky Demon die, but Liang Yi did not? Since the descendant had appeared, it was impossible for Liang Yi not to know about it. How could he watch him die in the hands of the saint? Actually, this subordinate is not very certain. However, he did not appear in the eastern border. What I saw when I burned my cultivation and sealed my reincarnation was that you were going to be born in the eastern border. According to my guess, that person with the devil body might have only obtained a part of your ancient devil body and fused it into his own body. Liang Yi frowned slightly. When the forbidden physique appeared, it was just as he was about to reincarnate. Although he had seen that person from afar, he felt a different aura from him. When he returned from reincarnation, he heard that the true body of the Sky Demon had been destroyed by the saint and peace had returned to the world. I see. In that case, perhaps there is still a corpse of the Sky Demon in the saint? Ling Xiao nodded slightly. The eyes of the Sky Demon had greatly improved his strength. It was obvious that his true body of the Sky Demon had to be compatible with the ancient demon body that the Sky Demon had left behind in Jiutian City. Only then could he unleash his true strength. However, now that the true soul of the Sky Demon had been shattered, would he still have a chance to reincarnate? It should be. However, Master, the saint has a mysterious origin. I guess that it should be a force from the upper world. The cultivation of the Divine Master is probably, I understand. When will your next reincarnation be? Ling Xiao looked at Liang Yi. This evil dragon general had used his bloodline as a curse to search for the reincarnation of the Sky Demon. Such a general would naturally become the sharpest and most reliable weapon in his hands. Now that he had obtained the inheritance and passed the test, Liang Yi would definitely follow him loyally. Was there a way to help him break the blood curse and walk out of this cycle? Otherwise, after 100 years of reincarnation, he would never be able to step out of this world. There are still 30 years left. Master, don't worry. No matter how many reincarnations I have, I will find you. Liang Yi took a deep breath. He looked a little lonely. 30 years? Ling Xiao nodded. He felt that the 9 generals of the Sky Demon had some connection with his 9 transformations of the Sky Demon. As long as his demonic body made another breakthrough, he might be able to uncover the secret. At that time, the blood curse might not be unbreakable. Of course, if it could not be undone, haha. A general could only be called a general if he could kill the enemy. What did you say? I am heartless, cruel, and cold? Yes, I don't want to refute you at all. Oh, you also set up the Xian clan here? Yes. Master, other than the Fire Clan, everyone else in this secret realm is my spy. The Fire Clan is the follower of the Heavenly Flame Ancient Emperor. They have taken root here and swore to protect the inheritance of the Ancient Emperor. Liang Yi smiled disdainfully. Since it was a trap, it was naturally hard to tell whether it was real or fake. As long as the situation was under his control, there would not be any changes. Sect Master Taishuan's cultivation, 9th grade Divine Emperor. Master, the Tao laws of the Holy State are suppressed. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to step into the Empyrean realm. Liang Yi smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Okay, you go and guard the entrance of the secret realm. Leave the rest to me. Since the sky demon was in his hands, it was time to harvest those small leeks. Who should he start with? Ling Tian, Xia Chen, Suyen, or Lin Shi? Calculating the time, Bai Ling should be back by now, right? Yes. Oh, by the way, Master, there is another secret about the eye of the sky demon. Liang Yi bowed. Suddenly, he thought of something and raised his head to look at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. What secret? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt a little uneasy. I'm afraid you can only use the first level of the eye of the sky demon, the dark realm. However, I once heard from Master that at the end of the Eldritch Age, when the immortals were fighting, he accidentally activated the second level of the sky demon's eye, the Blood Moon Forbidden Zone. It is said that the Forbidden Zone can evolve into the 6 paths and make people fall into endless illusions. Also, Master once said that the final form of the sky demon's eye is the destruction of the world. It can seal the sky with one look. However, I don't know how to cultivate it. Liang Yi smiled apologetically. Finally, he bowed and turned to leave. As for what Master planned to do next, in his own backyard, his lord could naturally play with whoever he wanted. As long as he guarded the entrance, no one inside would be able to escape. Only after Liang Yi's figure disappeared did Ling Zhao's face reveal a trace of coldness. Blood Moon Forbidden Zone? Evolving into the 6 paths? Eye of Destruction? Sealing the sky with one look? It was getting more and more interesting. At this moment, the foot of the Xing clan's Saint Mountain was already deserted. He saw a petite figure in black standing in the distance with a muffled groan. There was a faint trace of anger on her fair face. I already said that Ling Xiao is my brother. Why didn't you let me go up? When my brother comes later, let's see how he will deal with you. Bai Ling snorted coldly. She pouted and looked angry. Ever since she left Lin Shi, she had been asking around for news about Ling Xiao. When she found out that he was here, she hurried over. Who knew that there would be 2 god emperors and several god kings guarding the foot of the mountain? Even with her skills, she could not escape from their blockade. However, what surprised her more was that these people in front of her seemed to be in awe of Brother Ling Xiao. They kept calling him Lord Ling Xiao and Master Ling Xiao. One had to know that her master, the killing god in her eyes, was only at the god emperor realm. However, Brother Ling Xiao, inexplicably, she felt very proud to have such a brother. At the very least, if anyone dared to provoke her in the future, her brother would beat them black and blue, right? Although her master was very good to her, he was usually too strict. In the end, Bai Ling was only 14 or 15 years old. What she wanted was to be doted on. Does Lord Ling Xiao have a sister? Why haven't I heard of it? Little girl, I advise you to leave quickly. No matter what your purpose is, when young master comes out later, you won't be able to leave. Xing Xin smiled indifferently. This girl was cute, but with that young master's temper, he would never be soft-hearted when killing people. Just you wait. Just as Bai Ling's voice fell, a figure suddenly flew over from the mountain peak in the distance. He was dressed in white and had starry eyes. On his handsome and calm face, there was a faint trace of a gentle smile. Big Brother Ling Xiao. When she saw who it was, Bai Ling's pretty face immediately lit up with excitement. She immediately turned into an afterimage and flew toward Ling Xiao furiously. Amen? Young master, be careful. The expressions of Yi Xin and the others changed greatly. However, just as they were about to circulate their spiritual energy to stop Bai Ling, they saw their young master, who had always been cold and arrogant, suddenly stretch out his hands and pull the small figure into his embrace. Gulp. Very, very suddenly, Yi Xin and the others felt a chill in their hearts. She had even thought of what young master wanted to eat tonight. Chapter 287. Big Brother Ling Xiao. Bai Ling lay in Ling Zhao's arms, while her little face was filled with arrogance. After that, she tilted her head slightly and glared fiercely at Yi Xin and the others who were chasing over from afar, and a wisp of complacency instantly flashed through her beautiful eyes. See, this is my big brother Ling Xiao. I didn't lie to you, right? Big brother Ling Xiao is the person my brother personally entrusted to take care of me for the rest of my life. Bai Ling, why are you here? Ling Xiao pretended to be confused, but a touch of evil flashed in his eyes. Obviously, after Shui Yu's instigation, Lin Shi's performance should be very good. Otherwise, look, his sister would have taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Poor child of destiny. No matter how strong the template was, after being toyed with for more than 200 times, he was no longer human. Marry your sweetheart, take your sister, steal your fortune, and give you another round of glorious reincarnation. Bai Ling was young, but her body was not bad. She leaned against his body softly. I heard that Big Brother was here, so I came to find you. Humph, I didn't expect them to not let me go up. Bai Ling snorted coldly. Yi Kan and the others were so frightened that they trembled and knelt on the ground. Xing Shen was better, but his face was inexplicably pale. Daozi Taixian had already revealed a little about this young master's identity. If he wanted to kill him, he did not need to use his sword. He could do it himself. It's good that you're fine. Do you know how I spent the day? Ling Er, I was so worried about you. Ling Xiao could not control himself and hugged Bai Ling tightly in his arms. Right, Ling Er, do you like to eat meat? Young master, please spare me. Young master. At the foot of the mountain, there were waves of cries. Some of the Xing clan members who did not know why saw the ancestor of the Flood Dragon clan kneeling on the ground and crying like a child and found it funny. They probably didn't know what it meant to eat meat. Otherwise, she would cry even harder now. Eating meat? Ling doesn't like eating meat. Ling likes eating vegetables. Bai Ling lay in Ling Zhao's arms and shook her head blankly. It was just that this warm feeling really made her feel at ease. It was just like when she was in Brother Lin Shi's arms when she was young. You've seen Lin, that remnant soul? Ling Xiao nodded with a smile while Yi Xin and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this young lady didn't like it. Otherwise, their Flood Dragon clan would have to hold another banquet tonight. Unbeknownst to them, this young man, who was only 17 or 18 years old, seemed to have become a god who ruled over their lives. The great mighty heavenly dragon clan was worthy of being an ancient demon clan. Just based on young master's aura, there were probably not many people in the world who could compare to him. Yes, Big Brother Ling Xiao is right. That guy is very cold and evil. Bai Ling's small face suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent. However, Ling Xiao looked at her with some worry. He didn't suspect anything, did he? No, brother. He asked me to come to you and cheat you of an ancient cauldron. He said that it was the key to opening a relic. He also said that the creation in the relic was extremely terrifying. Bai Ling's tone was somewhat resentful. That damned remnant soul not only killed her brother, but also wanted her to kill Big Brother Ling Xiao. In this way, wouldn't Linger become an orphan? Oh, the key to the relic? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with shock, and a hint of gloominess flashed across his face. He should be talking about the green demonic ancient cauldron. This cauldron was left behind by your brother. Back then, he told me that this cauldron was related to a creation here. I didn't expect. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. However, Ling that remnant soul, is after all a cultivator of the venerable realm. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, Sect Master Taixian has stipulated that the lost clan in the secret realm cannot interfere with the trial. How about this? It was not until a hint of surprise flashed across Bai Ling's small face that Ling Xiao put her down from his arms. Brother, you mean… Naturally, we can't be careless when dealing with such a vicious soul. When he is completely relaxed, that will be our chance. However, you just need to give him the cauldron and quickly leave. I really can't rest assured if you stay by his side, not even for a minute. Ling Xiao sighed and reached out to rub Bai Ling's small head. Did you hear that? Bai Ling did not speak, but her eyes were slightly red. Sure enough, Big Brother Ling Xiao really cares about me. Unlike Lin Shi. Also, this is a divine travel talisman. Take it. If you encounter any danger, don't hesitate and leave immediately. Even the divine emperor can't stop you. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao took out another talisman from his arms. Then he seemed to have thought of something. No, this is a divine soft armor. Wear it close to your body, and it can withstand a blow from the divine emperor. Also, this voice transmission talisman and this 4th grade Saint Spirit pill. Looking at the increasing number of treasures and talismans in her hands, Bai Ling's face had already become dull. Even Lin, she did not dote on her so directly and deeply in the past. Especially at this moment, the worry and nervousness in the eyes of the young man in front of her made the saintess of the blood hall, who was used to killing people to cultivate since she was young, tremble. Unknowingly, tears had already wet her cheeks. Bai Ling looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. In the depths of her eyes, there was a complicated emotion. Brother, you will always love Ling this much, right? What's wrong? Take it quickly. If it were not for Brother Lin Shi's revenge, I would not let you take any risks. Ling Sai, forget it. There are still many opportunities for revenge. There is no rush. You should not take any risks. Just stay by my side obediently and wait until we are out of the secret realm. Sai, this remnant soul is really sinister. His aura is extremely difficult to track. Otherwise, I would have directly asked Father to lead the experts of Ling people. This opportunity has been missed. Sai, forget it. Brother, don't say any more. Bai Ling shook her head with a sad expression. She could understand Ling Xiao's difficulties. On the one hand, he wanted to take revenge for Brother Lin Shi. On the other hand, he did not want to let himself take any risks. Brother Ling Xiao, you are righteous. You are affectionate and precious. You are the best brother in the world. Ling, what's wrong? Ling Xiao looked at the girl in front of him with a dazed expression. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. However, what made him slightly disappointed was that there seemed to be a trace of doubt in the heart of this little girl. After all, she was an assassin. Although she was inexperienced and did not understand the complexity of people's hearts, she still instinctively kept her guard up against people. It seemed that he could only wait until the end when Lin Shi risked his life. What could the old man in the ring do in a sure-death situation? As for the tricks, they would always be the same. Brother, I'm like you. I also want to take revenge for Brother Lin Shi as soon as possible. So let me go. Don't worry, my blood shadow Dao law is a killing Dao. I'm good at hiding and escaping. Let me follow Lin Shi and cooperate with your plan. Bai Ling took a deep breath. She really wanted to see the true face of that remnant soul with her own eyes. Only then could she completely give up. Although she now believed in Ling Xiao, there were some things that she could not accept. It was not that she did not believe in him. Even if that remnant soul had to die, it must die in her hands. She wanted to send Brother Lin Shi on his last journey. No, Ling, I've said so much. Don't you understand? I've lost a good brother. I can't lose you too. Otherwise, I won't be able to face your brother when I die one day. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely. His face was full of anger. Anyway, if you don't agree, don't go anywhere. Brother Ling Xiao, I'll agree. But you have to let me see that ancient cauldron first. A sly look flashed across Bai Ling's eyes. Ling Xiao took out the green fiend ancient cauldron from his interspatial ring with some hesitation. Whoosh! Chapter 288. Brother Ling Shao. The relic is on the sacred mountain of the Fire Tribe. I will wait for you in the relic. Don't worry, Ling, I will be very careful. Ling Shao stood in place, looking at the petite figure who snatched the cauldron and ran away. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Lin Shi, from the moment you began to doubt the grandpa who gave you the supreme fortune, you lost this game of chess. Once plants and trees become weapons, everything in this world will be your enemy. Man's biggest enemy will always be himself. But since this girl came from the Blood Soul Temple, could she set up another game of chess? After all, when the white-robed swordsman came to the mortal world, he revealed all kinds of strange things. And why did he want to kill Bai Jishi? Ling Shao didn't believe that the Blue Wolf clan had the guts to do so. But the Heavenly Fox clan had always been reclusive and didn't have many enemies in the entire Xingzhou. Inexplicably, Ling Shao suddenly thought of Nine Nether, although the Dark Phoenix clan had been recruited by the saint a long time ago. But from the beginning to the end, Nine Nether didn't remember when she had died. From her, Ling Shao knew that the saint must be brewing some conspiracy. Countless cries, blood all over the ground. The Blood Soul Temple had always been mysterious, and very few people even knew where the sect was. But such a mysterious assassin organization could assassinate geniuses of various clans and even peerless geniuses in 1,000 years in the Xingzhou under the nose of the Saint sect? Was this possible? Unless Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed fiercely, but there was an inexplicable sneer on his face. One in the light and one in the dark? But no matter how reasonable Ling Zhao's inference was, it was just his guess. But now, it seemed that the opportunity had come. Bai Ling had completely trusted him. As long as he could make her submit, he might be able to be the ant nest that destroyed the dam. After all, it was the swordsman of the Blood Soul Temple who killed the Lin family. And once Bai Ling knew everything, young master, Yi Xin and the others rushed over from the side and stood respectfully in front of Ling Shao, trembling. Go, attack the fire race. Ling Shao, on the other hand, only calmly glanced at the crowd before his figure instantly disappeared. Before Lin, she took the fire, it was time for him to take care of the remaining chosen ones. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like he was favoring someone? Attack the fire race. Knight and Xingxin looked at each other with a hint of surprise between their brows. The Hua tribe was the oldest power in this mystic realm. It was said that they were the vassals left behind by the ancient emperor. But since young master has said so, what can I do? Of course, it was to CK them up. Go, gather all the warriors of the Flood Dragon clan. Today we will trample the Fire clan. Yi Xin didn't dare hesitate at all. Xing Shen also nodded and turned to walk towards the Xing clan. Heavenly Oasis Saintess, you are too domineering. We saw this purple cloud spiritual ginseng first. What right do you have to say that it's yours? In the depths of the mystic realm, beside a dense ancient forest, a group of prodigies from the eastern border looked angrily at the beautiful figure in pink in front of them. Their faces were filled with hatred. Everyone, this opportunity should belong to the capable. I like this spiritual ginseng very much. You should all disperse. Heavenly Oasis Saintess Hua Yang smiled faintly. A spiritual glow quietly spread out from her body, revealing her supreme power. The Heavenly Oasis Holy Land was also a supreme power in the eastern border. Although Hua Yang had yet to comprehend Tao laws, her cultivation had already reached the advanced stage of Paong. Ordinary prodigies couldn't compare to her at all. Right now, she was standing alone in front of everyone, suppressing the dozens of prodigies so much that they didn't dare to move. What a good idea. Saintess, do you think you or I can do it? At this moment, a faint laugh came from the ancient forest again. Then, everyone saw a few figures in black walking over slowly. The person in front looked ferocious, and his face was gloomy. It was the young master of the ancient puppet sect, Cho Yi. It's the young master of the ancient puppet sect. Many people's expressions changed. However, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. Heavenly Oasis Saintess, aren't you awesome? Now, let's see how you're going to deal with this. Although this young master of the ancient puppet sect wasn't as famous as Ling Zhao's reputation in the eastern border, he was definitely not a righteous person. On the contrary, it was said that this person was cruel and often used live people to refine puppets. His methods were extremely terrifying. Indeed, when Hua Yang saw the newcomers, a hint of seriousness flashed across her pretty face. Although Chou Yi's cultivation wasn't as high as hers, his puppet techniques were unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't contend with him. Especially now, there were 3 Powang realm prodigies following behind him. Once they started fighting, she would be at a disadvantage. So it's Brother Chou. Hua Yang took a deep breath and looked coldly at Chou Yi and the rest. Does Brother Chou also intend to steal my opportunity? Ha ha! Saintess Hua, how can I steal your opportunity? Chou Yi shook his head and smiled. However, before Hua Yang could relax, his eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. This opportunity clearly has no owner. Didn't Saintess Hua say that it belongs to the capable? You! Hua Yang's expression turned cold, and the spiritual light around her instantly surged. Chou Yi, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. If you have the ability, you can try to steal it. Haha, Saintess Hua, why are you so anxious? Actually, it's fine if you don't steal it. As long as you agree to let us have some fun, we can give you this sage ginseng. Chou Yi and the rest roared with laughter. The ancient sect prodigies who had been threatened by Hua Yang also began to show sarcasm in their eyes. Haha, young Master Chou is simply a role model for our generation. Yes, we don't need this sage ginseng. As long as Saintess Hua and young Master Chou make love, we can watch. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Don't talk about it. I already have an image. Hearing the crowd's words, Hua Yang's pretty face darkened, and a hint of ferocity flashed across her beautiful eyes. Chou Yi, how dare you humiliate me? So what if I humiliate you? Today, not only will I humiliate you, I will also taste the taste of your flower. Chou Yi grinned and suddenly waved his hand. The 4 prodigies beside him instantly swept behind Hua Yang, blocking all her escape routes. Humph! A group of people in the early stage of Powang dare to block me? Hua Yang snorted coldly, but there was already a hint of retreat in her eyes. Early stage of Powang? Chou! He shook his head and smiled. His body flickered with a dim light, and a black battle shadow that was 9 feet tall suddenly appeared behind him. The black shadow was wearing ancient battle armor and a black helmet covering his face. He held a battle saber in his hand. Although there was no fluctuation around him, he gave off an indescribable pressure just by standing there. It's one of the 4 great battle puppets of the ancient puppet sect, the Black Demon Battle Puppet. It's said that the battle strength of this puppet is comparable to a 9th stage divine general. Hua Yang can't escape this calamity. Many prodigies' faces were already filled with excitement. They didn't expect to be able to watch a good show, even though they didn't get the opportunity today. Wonderful. Spiritual materials and the like were all over the place. However, a good show starring Saintess Hua herself wasn't something that just anyone could watch. Young Master Chou, you don't waste time. Hurry up and start. I have a few brothers waiting to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 289. Chou Yi, I don't want this purple ginseng anymore. Let me leave. Looking at the puppet behind Chou Yi, Hua Yang's eyes finally flashed with panic. She did not expect the ancient puppet sect to put in so much effort to let Chou Yi bring out the black demon puppet, one of the 4 great puppets. With her strength, it would be difficult for her to fight against this divine general puppet. Moreover, it was obvious that all the geniuses in the forest wanted to humiliate her. If she stayed here, she would lose her reputation and life. You don't want it anymore? No, no, no. Saint Lady Hua, you misunderstood me. I don't want this purple ginseng. I want you. Cho-yi smiled coldly. The relationship between the two orthodoxies was not harmonious. Moreover, Huayang was alone. It was the best time to kill her. Although the ancient puppet sect only had 2 emperor gods, one of the 4 great puppets was even more powerful than an ordinary emperor god. This was why Cho-yi was fearless. Even if he killed Huayang today, the great void sacred land would not dare to start a war with the ancient puppet sect, who in the eastern border would not covet this saint lady's reputation. They would not have a chance to get Nian Qinyan. However, how could they let Huayang down so easily? Otherwise, wouldn't they be letting Huayang down? You, Cho-yi, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Huayang's face turned pale. She waved her hand, and a jade lotus suddenly rose into the sky. It tore through space and fell directly on Cho-yi's head. It's the Great Void White Lotus, a doctrine artifact. The Great Void Sacred Lands doctrine artifact. Countless prodigies' expressions changed. Cho-yi saw a ray of clear light falling from the sky, and his eyes were also filled with surprise. However, even though he was surprised, he didn't feel the slightest bit of panic, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a sneer. Great! Killing a saint lady and obtaining a doctrine artifact. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With that thought, Cho-yi's hand seals changed. The demonic puppet behind him instantly dashed out and slashed at the white lotus. Boom! Incomparable sharpness instantly surged forth, and even Cho-yi was forced back several feet by this fluctuation. The demonic puppet only paused for a moment before it rushed toward Huayang again. Puchi! Bai Lian flew back, and even Huayang's delicate body was trembling for no reason. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. It was a shocking sight. It was true that the Great Void White Lotus was a Tao item, but her strength was far inferior to the devil puppet. Although this slash was not enough to shatter the White Lotus, it caused Huayang to suffer a great backlash. Her entire person instantly wilted. It's about to begin. It's about to start. Young Master Chiu is mighty. It's time to show your true skills. Go! The surrounding sky prides who had been pushed back by the power just now only hesitated for a moment. In the end, they still couldn't bear to turn around and flee. He only hoped that he could witness Cho-yi's might with his own eyes. However, just as the demonic puppet was about 10 feet away from Huayang, and the latter's beautiful eyes were filled with despair, a cry of surprise suddenly came from above Cho-yi's head. What are you doing? You all look very interesting. Hearing the voice, everyone's expression instantly froze, especially Cho-yi, who looked up in shock. Who was it? How could he silently appear above his head? However, just as Cho-yi looked up, he saw a foot descend from the sky and step directly on his face. Then it landed to the side. Why do you all look so wretched? Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding sky prides blankly and frowned slightly. F***CK. It's Lord Ling Xiao. Why is this young master here? I don't know, but I just have a bad feeling. The sky prides, who were originally excited, suddenly changed their expressions. All of them stuck close to the trees, looking panicked and helpless. If I run now, won't it seem like I have a guilty conscience? Lord Ling Xiao, you came at the right time. I've long heard of young master's righteousness. The ancient puppet sect's young master wants to harm me. I hope young master can help me. A trace of excitement flashed across Huayang's pretty face. Although this descendant of the Ling people's reputation was not good, His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, although the Ling people were also supreme, they were now the leader of the eastern border forces. No matter how arrogant Chou Yi was, he would probably have to give this young master some face, right? Also, this young masterling, Zhao's appearance was truly delicate and handsome, and his celestial features were unparalleled. If it was him, sob, sob, sob. Oh, harass you? Let them watch? Is it that exciting? Ling Zhao's expression froze as he turned to look at Chou Yi, whose face had already turned sinister. Young Master Chou, what about rape? Ling Xiao, you. Chou Yi gritted his teeth, but his eyes flickered with hesitation. Since Ling Xiao was able to silently appear above his head just now, it was obvious that he had the strength to kill him. Although the black demon war puppet's strength was terrifying, but it still needed someone to control it. Once he died in Ling Xiao's hands, the puppet would be a dead object after all. At this moment, looking at Chou Yi's gloomy face, Huayang felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Humph! Young Master Chou, where did your prestige go? Why did you immediately cower when you saw Lord Ling Xiao? Why don't you take me along? However, before Huayang could be happy for too long, Ling Xiao's words suddenly caused the entire ancient forest to fall into a dead silence. Take him along? Damn, we're kindred spirits. I thought I wouldn't be interested in today's blockbuster. I didn't expect another male lead to come. The sinister expression on Chou Yi's face also turned dull. His lips trembled slightly, and he didn't know what to say. What? Young Master Chou, you're not willing? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of playfulness. At this moment, Huayang suddenly opened her mouth and said, Lord Ling Xiao! I'm willing to hand over this amethyst spirit ginseng and my natal Dao artifact. I only hope that you can save my life. At this point, Huayang naturally knew what was more important. If it was purely rape, Huayang could still resist. However, if Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she self-destructed her divine soul. In this case, she might as well take out some spiritual treasures and seek a way out. After all, during the martial arts competition, this descendant of the Ling people had publicly asked for a divine artifact in exchange for the right to enter the mystery territory. Such a greedy person wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of a Dao artifact. Oh, Dao artifact? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Huayang meaningfully. Ha ha, Holy Lady Hua, you're looking down on me. I'm here today to uphold justice for you. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Thank you, young master. Huayang's eyes flashed with a complicated look, but she pretended to be grateful. As for the remaining ancient clan elites, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, justice. You wanted to participate just now. Is this what it means to be greedy at the sight of wealth? Just thinking about it was one thing, but at this moment, everyone's faces revealed looks of admiration. Lord Ling Xiao, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. You're righteous. Justice? Ha ha, young master. How can you tell that she's righteous and we're evil? Chou Yi sneered and waved his hand. The ancient puppet fighter instantly appeared in front of him with a dry look in its eyes. Isn't it obvious? You look evil and wretched. Look at Holy Lady Hua. She's as delicate as a flower and as delicate as jade. Cough, cough. One look and you can tell that she's a righteous person. Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, lightning shot up to the sky from his body. He was like the god of thunder from the ninth heaven, trying to destroy all evil in the world. Chapter 290. You, Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chou Yi's face was as dark as water. If not for the black demon war puppet, he would not have dared to provoke the successor of the Ling people. But now, The war puppet's strength was comparable to a ninth-grade divine general. How could a mere Ling Xiao be worth mentioning? When did I think so? Ling Xiao was stunned, and a demonic light seemed to flash in his eyes. Immediately after, Chou Yi, who was still sneering, suddenly had a lifeless expression on his face. In the dark realm, Ling Xiao looked at the little genius in front of him with a smile. His eyes were full of mockery. Even Liang Yi, who was a divine lord, could not resist this realm, let alone Chou Yi. Where is this place? How did I suddenly get here? Chou Yi's eyes trembled. He could only see endless darkness. Most importantly, at this moment, his connection with the war puppet seemed to have been cut off. Damn! Could it be Ling Xiao's doing? Suddenly, Chou Yi fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But before he could react, a cold and hard hand suddenly grabbed onto his neck. Aunt, submit or die. Ling Xiao looked at the confused young man in front of him. His eyes had turned into absolute darkness. The color without the white of his eyes revealed an indescribable horror. Who are you? Chou Yi's lips trembled. His body was cold. How could it be? How could Ling Xiao be so strong? He did not even have time to react before he was swept into this strange space. Moreover, Chou Yi had a feeling that Ling Xiao could easily kill him here with a thought. Who am I? Master. You are my master. Chou Yi did not dare to hesitate at all when he heard the coldness in Ling Xiao's voice. He knelt on the ground. Was it not good to be alive? Moreover, the divine artifacts on Xiao Tu and Fu Yinyao's bodies had been so dazzling that it hurt his eyes. Now that he thought about it, being Lord Ling Xiao's dog seemed to be quite a blissful thing. Open your mind. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In his eyes, this so-called heaven's pride of the eastern frontier was no different from an ant. Moreover, Chou Yi and the others did not have any luck at all. The reason why he was subduing it now was because, buzz! An ear-piercing buzzing sound quietly resounded, and Chou Yi only felt an indescribable soul power enter his sea of consciousness. Following that, his entire consciousness went completely blank. 10,000 puppets cannon. Ling Xiao looked at the additional cultivation method in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. At the same time, the connection between Chou Yi and the black demonic battle puppet was completely severed. The entire ancient forest was eerily silent. Hua Yang stared dumbfoundedly at the stunned figures in front of her. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. For a moment, she even thought that this group of bastards was deliberately acting as her. It seemed like time had stopped or something. She had never seen such a strange scene in her life. Everyone was trapped in an illusion at the same time. It was not like no one in the Shangzhou could do such a thing. But a 16 or 17-year-old boy could set up such a terrifying illusion with just a glance. How was that possible? Until Chou Yi suddenly crouched down, gasping for air in big mouthfuls. The remaining heavens, pride of the ancient forest, tilted their heads at the same time and collapsed to the ground. Hua Yang could no longer suppress the fear in her eyes. Hiss! The pitiful heavens, pride of the heavens' pride, who only wanted to watch a good show, could not escape that sentence in the end. Extras, die for joining in the fun. Saintess Hua, what happened to you? Ling Xiao's figure reappeared in the forest, his eyes calmly looking at the great void saintess in front of him. In terms of looks, she was on par with Fu Yunyan, but having one of the same type was enough. There was no novelty in having more. Young master is amazing. Hua Yang forced a smile, her face pale. What made her even more terrified was that Chou Yi's eyes seemed to have become extremely empty. There was no sign of life in them at all. They were no different from the puppet fighter beside him. Go, don't waste it. Ling Xiao turned to look at the countless corpses on the ground and waved his hand gently. Chou Yi immediately understood and took the storage bags and universe rings from their bodies one by one. Seeing this, Hua Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. She hurriedly handed the purple ginseng in her hand to Ling Xiao. Haha, thank you for today, young master. This purple spiritual ginseng is Hua Yang's token of appreciation. Oh, that's it. Ling Xiao's eyes grew more playful. Hua Yang just frowned. Then a bright smile bloomed on her face. Haha, young master, this lotus is my natal spiritual treasure. You don't care about a Tao artifact, do you? How about I give you something else? The Heaven Oasis White Lotus was the inherited Tao artifact of the Heaven Oasis Holy Land. It was also her natal spiritual treasure. Once she handed it over, her cultivation would definitely be damaged. Of course, if Ling Xiao cared, she would not hesitate to give it up to save her life. I don't care. Ling Xiao shook his head. Hua Yang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, young master, but I care if others are lying to me. Before Hua Yang could turn around, she saw a flash of black light in front of her. Then she saw a pitch-black ancient sword pierce through her heart, instantly crushing her vitality. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if her blood and soul were sublimated by that sword. Young people don't keep their promises. Haha. I advise you to be a rat in your next life. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He bent down and took the cosmos bag of the great void saintess into his hand. Then he turned around and walked out of the ancient forest. Young Master Ancient Puppet followed closely behind him like a puppet. Of course, even if Hua Yang did not seek death just now, she probably would not have survived today. After all, they were all young people. Who should I play with first? Ling Xiao stood on the peak of a barren mountain and looked down at the entire mystic realm. When a familiar figure in red appeared in his sight, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Most of the Eastern Border's talents who were still alive were gathering in the center. This trip to the mystic realm had gradually reached the climax. Let's go. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Cho Yi, who was behind him, disappeared instantly. Young Mistress Su, let's not go. I heard that there is a huge battle in the land of the Fire Tribe. There are emperor gods involved. If we go there now, if we are implicated, I'm afraid we will die. Su Yan and the others sat cross-legged on an open field, as if they were discussing their next move. Humph, if Brother Li is afraid, you can leave. Suddenly, a white-robed talent sneered. Look at how cowardly you are. You want to win young mistress's favor, but you don't have her background. How dare you not work for her? Zhang Tai, it's you again. Young Mistress Su, Li Gui is thinking about your safety. It's not worth it to take such a risk for a chance encounter. Li Gui's face darkened, but his tone became more agitated. I don't think you should be called Li Gui. You should be called Li Go. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, but Su Yan just shook her head calmly. I have to go to that relic. Nonsense. If she didn't go, she wouldn't have many years to live. Instead of being tortured to death for no reason, she might as well take a gamble. Even if she encountered danger with her skills, she wouldn't die here. As for the life and death of these people, it had nothing to do with her. Humph, young mistress, don't worry. I, Zhang Tai, am willing to die for young mistress. The white-robed Zhang Tai smiled proudly and looked at Su Yan with yearning. However, just as he finished speaking, a beam of black light suddenly descended from the sky, directly slicing him in half. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered on the ground, and the thick smell of blood spread. The group of talents' faces fell into a daze. So sudden. Chapter 291. So fast. Li Gui sat on the spot and swallowed his saliva. He was completely stunned. Compared to the fear on Su Yan and the others' faces, His face had an inexplicable look of piety, because just now he had just made a vicious vow, cursing Zhang Tai to die on the spot. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye it would come true. Did the gods hear my pleas? I knew it was good to eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha. That way, I could be closer to the Western paradise. Who is it? Su Yan's pretty face froze, and a burst of delusionary aura surged out from her body. Around her, a few ancient sex elites surrounded her and looked into the distance cautiously. Only Li Gui put his palms together and prayed in his heart. It's time to prove my name. I'll let you know that I'm not afraid of death. I'm just worried about Mrs. Safety. Buddha's saying if I don't enter hell, who will? Poochie. It was very sudden. Before Li Gui could finish his vow, a mighty and tall figure suddenly descended from the sky and directly stomped his head into a pile of mud. Su Yan's pretty face was slightly pale. She coldly looked at the tall and terrifying figure, and her heart suddenly trembled. She didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of aura from this figure. Obviously, this was an inanimate object. But even so, the aura emanating from this figure was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was a murderous weapon, a huge murderous weapon. Even the battle sword in his hand was already soaked in blood, and it shone with a dark and bloody light. "Ha, Miss Su Yan, what a coincidence!" Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the distant sky. Shortly after, Cho Yi's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Young master, ancient puppet, Cho Yi. Su Yan's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Perhaps because it affected her heart, she immediately coughed a few times. Young master, ancient puppet, you don't care about martial arts. You attacked us. As for the remaining prodigies of the ancient tribes, their faces turned even paler. Even their hands, which were holding onto their treasures, started to tremble slightly. CK. Even if he didn't sneak attack, it seemed that they couldn't defeat this eastern border monster. Cho Yi, why did you kill my men? Su Yan frowned slightly. She didn't have any enmity with Cho Yi. Could it be that the latter acted rashly because he coveted her good fortune? Why, I heard that Miss Su Yan was born with a cold body, and I've been feeling hot lately. I want to use your body to cool myself down. Cho Yi smiled coldly. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, the group of geniuses were already enraged. They channeled their spiritual energy and pounced towards Cho Yi. You dare to humiliate the young miss? You're courting death. Buzz. In an instant, all kinds of spiritual lights flashed between heaven and earth. One after another, sword shadows and saber edges fell, ruthlessly slashing towards Cho Yi. However, the puppet fighter just smiled faintly and did not move. The ancient puppet fighter took a step forward and swung the saber in its hand horizontally. The saber turned into a 1,000-foot-long dim light that blocked all the attacks in the sky. Gulp! Before the crowd of geniuses could react in shock, the black figure had already torn through the air and appeared before them. The pair of empty eyes were like the deepest demonic abyss in the world, captivating one's soul. No, don't. Poochie! The blade fell, and the head rolled to the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain. This group of self-proclaimed geniuses from the eastern border were like children in front of the 9th stage divine general puppet fighter. They had no room to resist at all. From the beginning to the end, Cho Yi did not even move a single step. He just coldly watched this simple massacre. When the last ancient race genius collapsed in a pool of blood, Su Yan's face was completely pale. She was unwilling to accept this. She was unwilling to leave the mystic realm just like this and give up the chance to extend her life. Ling shouted to have a spiritual fire, but she really could not understand that young master's temperament. This feeling of being manipulated made her terrified. Cho Yi, why don't we discuss this? Su Yan gritted her teeth, and a sly look suddenly flashed across her beautiful eyes. Cho Yi's methods were several times more powerful than the group of geniuses beside her. If she could cooperate with him, then the fortune in the mystic realm would definitely be at her fingertips. Su Yan did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could reject the financial power of the Cloud Alliance Business Company. Spirit treasures, elixirs, spirit stones, the Cloud Alliance Business Company had everything. Who on the path to immortality could resist these temptations? Oh, discuss? Cho Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He could roughly guess what Su Yan wanted to say. Yes, in the past, no one could reject the Cloud Alliance Business Company. But now he did not have the right to choose at all. He was a puppet, a lackey, a zombie. What fortune did it have to do with him? If Lord Ling Xiao wanted to kill anyone, even if it was his own father, he did not have the strength to resist. F***CK. Young Master Cho, as long as you can help me obtain an item, you can choose any of the treasures in the Cloud Alliance Business Company. Seeing that Cho Yi seemed to be hesitating, Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. Oh, is that so? But I only want you. Just as Su Yan was looking at Cho Yi, the black demon war puppet suddenly disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already 10 feet away from her. At this moment, Su Yan's heart trembled, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Furthermore, at such a close distance, she did not even have the chance to use the talisman to escape. Is it over? Is my miserable and torturous life finally coming to an end? Inexplicably, Su Yan felt a little relieved. She had had enough of the pain of the cold air entering her bones. Even in the hottest summer day, it was still so cold that it made one's bones hurt. It was not something that ordinary people could endure. If not for the support of the Cloud Alliance, any other successor or young master would have died long ago. But she was still not resigned. She should be the most famous girl in the Xingzhou, sitting on the glory and splendor of the world. Why? The black light in front of her was like an endless night enveloping her. Su Yan's eyes were filled with tears and sorrow. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. It was so still that it was as if an entire era had passed, until a drop of viscous and warm liquid dripped on her face. Su Yan opened her eyes in a daze. In front of her, a slightly thin but unusually tall figure blocked the black demon war puppet. A hand flashing with lightning held the saber tightly in his hand. But even though the lightning was dazzling, there was still a bloody wound on the young man's hand. The blood dripped and was blown by the wind. A drop of blood formed a cinnabar mark on the young girl's forehead. Tears began to fall, and her heart was trembling violently. There was even a moment when Su Yan felt that even if she died, she would have no regrets in this life. Lord Ling Xiao! Hearing the murmurs behind him, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. What? Why did I catch the saber with my bare hands? To act cool? F***CK. Wouldn't it be more direct if I killed Cho Yi directly? Of course. I did this to act like a hero who saved the beauty. Since ancient times, what did beauties love? At the moment of life and death, a hero descended from the sky and blocked all the wind and rain for her. This process could not be too easy, otherwise it would be like a piece of cake. It had to bleed, it had to be tragic, it had to be fearless, it had to be like a moth flying into a flame. It had to be handsome enough. After all, being ugly would affect the effect. Miss Su, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Ling Xiao turned his head and revealed a pale and gentle smile. But there was no regret in his eyes. It was like an obsession that penetrated one's soul. No, young master, if you want to leave, let's leave together. Miss Su, why are you so silly? Sai, forget it. You should hide further away. I don't believe that a mere puppet can do anything to me. F***CK. Of course you can't leave. If you leave, who am I acting for? There was warmth, shock, and farewell. It was time to show the real skills. A dead hero naturally couldn't receive any love, only memories. Those famous people who had lived through the ages must have entered and left 7 times. They must have ridden alone for thousands of miles. They must have been the overlords of a region. Ling Xiao. A professional actor, an overlord, a powerful CEO. If there's a movie contract, send me money. Chapter 292. Lord Ling Xiao. Su Yan muttered in a daze, her heart trembling. What was an invincible immortal? What was an unparalleled young master? Su Yan was used to seeing bootlickers, yes-men, or pretending to be gentle. When had she ever seen such a domineering young man? Especially his white robe that was stained with blood, there was an inexplicable sense of heroism and heroism. In the young master's eyes, the divine general puppet was just a small matter. This was the real unparalleled genius in Yan Er's heart. Of course, if it was someone else who said this, it would be arrogant and reckless. But, looking at the white-clothed figure who had crushed the saber in his hand, the panic in Su Yan's eyes was gradually replaced by admiration. Young master, you can do it. Young master is the best. Boom! The sky demon surged and surged. In Ling Xiao's hand, the evil vanquishing sword shone with a piercing, cold light. The puppet trembled, and a pair of black-armored palms came for Ling Xiao's head again. Young master, be careful! Su Yan's eyes widened. The nervousness in her eyes didn't seem fake. When he heard the system notification in his mind, Ling Xiao grinned. He was possessed by the god of war, and the ancient sword in his hand slashed horizontally. But when it came into contact with the puppet's iron-like arms, it groaned and retreated several steps until it fell into Su Yan's arms. Young master! Looking at Ling Xiao's pale and handsome face and the glaring bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, Su Yan's heart broke. She never dreamed that the dignified successor of the Ling people, the arrogant and invincible genius, would vomit blood and suffer such humiliation for her. Suddenly, Su Yan recalled the words Ling Xiao said when they were drinking. I even thought of the name of our child. How many people in this world have used the excuse of being drunk to joke and speak their truest thoughts? April Fool's Day is just a cover. Have you seen my lowly self? Extreme in body, life is full of twists and turns. There is even the risk of death at any time. Young master, now, Yan feels that I'm not worthy of you. How about calling the child Ling Yin? I want a man like you, peerless and unparalleled, towering over the heavens. Beep, the destined woman is daydreaming about the future. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Miss Su, this puppet fighter is too strong. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. Then, he stood up angrily and rushed toward the puppet fighter. But at this moment, Su Yan shook his head slightly. Young master, there's no need to risk your life. Delay it for a while. I'll go and deal with Chou Yi. Su Yan's eyes glinted coldly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao seemed to be stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to his senses. Yan, you are wise. Now that Chou Yi is dead, this puppet fighter is naturally useless. Su Yan smiled sweetly and disappeared from the spot. Looking at the red figure that instantly appeared above Chou Yi's head, the smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. What a smart guy! Su Yan was indeed born in the cloud-gathering merchant union. Lin Meng and the others could not be compared to her. Moreover, just as Chou Yi's body was glowing, an object suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. It was a dazzling golden talisman. In terms of strength, she may not be a match for these ancient sect successors, but in terms of means, Su Yan was not targeting anyone. In the eastern border of the Shenzhou continent, ask around and see Who is the father? Something was not right. Ling Xiao was the father. Anyway, that was what it meant. Stop. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. He could feel a terrifying force of Dao laws on the golden talisman. It was a talisman that sealed Dao laws. It was no different from the one he gave to Qin Wei. If used well, it could kill a divine overlord expert. Not to mention a mere Chou-yi. Wonderful. This treasure girl had finally begun to reveal her treasures. Ling Xiao's ancient sword danced vigorously, blocking the divine general puppet fighter a few feet in front of him. When Su Yan stretched out her hand, Chou Yi's expression changed drastically. But even if he used all his spiritual energy, he still could not stop the golden talisman's power. A ray of blood shot into the sky, and Chou Yi's head instantly rolled to the ground. Buzz! The black demon puppet fighter's figure suddenly stopped, standing on the spot like a puppet, and no longer had any power. Young master! Su Yan turned her head and looked at the figure in the blood-stained white robe. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Yan, the two of them looked at each other from afar, and their eyes were filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Chou Yi's death was naturally not a loss to Ling Xiao. His goal was the black demon puppet fighter from the beginning. But if he killed young master ancient puppet with his own hands and seized his puppet, it was inevitable that the supreme Taoism orthodoxy would view him as an enemy. But now you all saw it. The one who killed was Su Yan. I only made a move to save her. At that time, even if the ancient puppet fighter hated, he would hate Su Yan and the Yunlai Merchant Union. As for whether he had the guts to declare war on the supreme orthodoxy, haha, Ling Xiao guessed that he didn't. After all, Chou-yi was the one who killed first and was killed by Su Yan. He deserved to die. Young master, quick! This is a 4th-grade blood replenishing pill, made from the skin of a divine general demon donkey. Quickly eat a bottle. Su Yan hurriedly took out several jade bottles from her chinquan bag and handed them to Ling Xiao. And this bottle is a 4th-grade spirit replenishing pill. Young master must be exhausted. Quick, eat a bottle. And this, Yenner. Ling Xiao suddenly held Su Yan's hand, and his eyes were filled with affection. Do you think I'm doing all this for the sake of your fortune? I have plenty of pills. Yes, young master's mother is the best alchemist in the Xingzhou. Su Yan's face turned serious, and the corners of her mouth curled into a mischievous smile. When we get out of the secret territory, I will bring young master to the Yunlai sacred ground. Young master can choose any spiritual treasure. The treasures in our sacred ground are all the best in the Xingzhou. They are very precious. In my eyes, there is only one most precious treasure in the Yunlai Merchant Union. Ling Xiao shook his head, and Su Yan's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Young master is right. It can't be. As the successor of the Yunlai Merchant Union, even I don't know what the most precious treasure is. How did Lord Ling Xiao know? It's you, little fool. Ling Xiao smiled gently and flicked Su Yan's head. Su Yan was stunned, and after a long while, she lowered her head shyly. Little fool, after getting you, wouldn't the entire Yunlai Merchant Union be mine? After your father dies, I will be the new leader of the Yunlai Merchant Union. You only need to be in charge of beauty, and I will be in charge of spending. Young master is really good at joking. Haha. Yen, you said that you want one of the treasures in the secret territory? I wonder which one it is. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, and he seemed to be a little disappointed. Su Yan just pursed her red lips, and she was inexplicably flustered. Young master, that's not what I meant. I also really want to be your treasure, but I have to be more reserved. Yana? Looking at Su Yan, who lowered her head and smiled foolishly, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a smile. This love is like a net, and all living things can't escape. When I want you to fall, you can't escape even if you have wings. Ah, Young master, what did you say? Su Yan raised her head in a panic and coincidentally saw Ling Zhao's deep and gentle eyes. Her heart trembled. I said, I will do my best to find what you want. No matter how big the risk is, I will not be afraid, regret, or complain. Boom! After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Su Yan's delicate body trembled. She felt her vision turn black, and the world was spinning. Her originally pale face was completely drained of blood. Young master, don't say that. Besides, Yenner is so touched. Chapter 293. Young master, you know that Yen Er's body is special. She was born with meridians and has been suffering from the cold all these years. So, I want to find a spiritual fire to warm up her meridians. Su Yen chuckled bitterly, and his eyes turned red. If she couldn't solve the problem of her cold body, she wouldn't be able to accompany anyone for the rest of her life. What the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. To her, those were just illusions that would disappear in the blink of an eye. So Su Yen didn't dare to be greedy. Spiritual fire? Warm up her meridians? Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised. You mean that with the spiritual fire, you can solve the problem of your yin body? Not really. The yin qi in my body has been accumulating for a long time. I'm afraid that even with the spiritual fire, it will be difficult to solve it. But it will be better. Su Yan looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully, and the latter couldn't help but frown. I did get a spiritual fire before, but we didn't know each other at that time. So I gave it to my mother so that she could use it to refine pills. Ah, I see. Su Yan suddenly understood. No wonder, Lin, she said, that there was no spiritual fire on young master. It turned out that he had given the fire to his aunt. It seemed that young master was not only righteous, but also filial. Young master, the item of extreme yang that you mentioned before is... Su Yan frowned. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really lying to her? All of a sudden, Su Yan felt a sense of loss. He felt a sense of loss. Hey, when you asked me if I had any item of extreme yang, I didn't think much about it. If I knew that Yen was suffering from the cold, I would have given it to you long ago. Ling Xiao clenched his fist, and a fiery red pearl appeared in his hand. A wisp of extreme yang aura quietly spread out. It was actually a demonic beast's inner core. Ever since Ling Xiao took Yunchu's 1,000 years of heritage, although his spiritual treasures couldn't be compared to Yunlai business alliances, they were quite diverse. He could take out at least 9 extreme yang spiritual treasures, but this demon core was the most precious. It was left behind by an emperor god, so Ling Xiao chose it. After all, flirting with girls, if he didn't put in some effort, was he going to waste it? This is... The gloominess in Su Yan's eyes disappeared in an instant. Her beautiful face faintly carried a hint of excitement. This is the inner core of a god-tharch realm demonic beast. Although it is not as precious as a heaven and earth spirit flame, it will still keep you warm. Ling Xiao passed the demon core to Su Yan, and the latter's expression froze. I actually suspected young master just now. How could I listen to Lin Shi's instigation and suspect young master? I'm sorry. At that moment, Su Yan felt extremely guilty. Although it was just a trace of hesitation, she felt that it was a great insult to Ling Xiao. As for the ruins you mentioned, Ling Xiao's face suddenly revealed a trace of gentleness. Yenner, do you trust me? How could I not believe in young master? Su Yan was visibly excited. In order to save young master was someone who didn't hesitate to give up his life. That demonic puppet's combat strength was comparable to that of a top-notch divine general, but young master still stood in front of Yen without hesitation. That figure that wasn't considered imposing, but filled with a sense of security, had long been engraved in Su Yan's heart. That feeling was as though, even if the sky collapsed, Ling Xiao would still hold it up for her. Since you believe in me, obediently wait for me at the entrance. I will help you find the heaven and earth spirit flame. Young master! Su Yan suddenly hesitated, even though she was indeed moved by Ling Xiao. But a heaven and earth spirit flame was a divine item that everyone coveted. There were even some sects that became supreme because of a heaven and earth spirit flame. It was the energy closest to the origin, and it could be obtained to comprehend the great Tao. I'm afraid that a heaven and earth spirit flame alone won't be able to solve your Yin body. I know someone who has fused a heaven and earth spirit flame into his body. I will try my best to find the method to fuse a heaven and earth spirit flame for you. Ling Xiao sighed and reached out to touch Su Yan's beautiful face. In that case, you won't have to toss and turn in bed at night. Young master! Su Yan's eyes were slightly red. She was so touched that she couldn't speak. Fusing a heaven and earth spirit flame, not to mention that she was a Powong cultivator. Even a divine king or god emperor wouldn't dare to try. Originally, Su Yan wanted to borrow the power of the heaven and earth spirit flame to suppress the chill in her body. But after hearing what Ling Xiao said, she inexplicably felt some anticipation. If she could really fuse with a heaven and earth spirit flame, she might really be able to solve the pain of her Yin body. Young master, are you talking about Lin Shi? But his background. That day in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, Lin, she had awakened Elderling to frighten Su Yan. So, in Su Yan's eyes, that young man from the mountains actually had a background that wasn't as simple as people thought. A divine emperor's Tao protector, and a divine emperor with a mysterious background. He didn't have any orthodoxy and wasn't famous. Such a person was even more dangerous, because he had no scruples. Now, although Ling Xiao and Lin Shi were like fire and water, he didn't kill Lin Shi. But at this moment, Ling Xiao's meaning hiss. Su Yan suddenly trembled and hugged Ling Xiao's arm. She shook her head and cried bitterly, "No, young master, you can't. I'd rather not have the heaven and earth spirit flame than let you be in any danger." Just thinking about the revenge of a divine emperor was enough to make one tremble with fear. Even though Ling Xiao had a powerful background, there were always times when he was careless. Once someone found an opportunity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, you don't have to worry. That god emperor will definitely not dare to show himself in this secret realm. Moreover, there are killings here every day. Who knows who killed Lin Shi? For you, this risk is not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao shook his head, and his face was cold and resolute. My Tao is fearless. How can I be stopped by a mere divine emperor? Young master! At this moment, Ling Xiao's body seemed to be shining brightly. It was mesmerizing and moving, domineering, warm, fearless, expectant, and greedy. He wasn't a high and mighty immortal because he loved women in the mortal world. He wasn't an ignorant and fearless mortal because he used heaven and earth to prove his Tao. His immortal aura was natural and not distant. It was like a cool breeze in the mountains and like the sun in the cold winter. It was unique and independent. All right, you don't have to say any more. I know that many people in the Shangzhou continent have misunderstood me. If I want to be with Yan, I will definitely be criticized. So I might as well use this flame to shut everyone's mouth and prove that I, Ling Xiao, am not greedy for your vanity. But if you believe me, then don't make me worry. Obediently go to the entrance and wait for me. After saying that, Ling Xiao gave Su Yan a deep look before turning around and walking towards the distant mountain. The black demon war puppet followed, closely behind him like a guard to protect its master. This scene fell into Su Yan's eyes. More or less, something was wrong. But in the blink of an eye, she felt relieved. After all, with young master's means, it wasn't difficult for him to subdue an ownerless puppet. Moreover, the place he was going to was extremely dangerous. Subduing the puppet was just to find a flame for himself. Young master, Su Yen bit her red lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. With her identity, no matter who it was, if they wanted to gain the approval of those old fogies in the clan, they would probably be questioned and made difficult. But if I am determined, who can break my marriage fate? If you dare to force me, I will give up my identity as the successor of the Cloud Alliance and wander the world with young master. With this thought, Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly surged with a trace of determination. She watched the tall and straight figure in white disappear into the forest in the distance. But if Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he would probably earnestly advise her to be careful. F***CK. If you lose your identity as the successor of the Cloud Alliance, wouldn't my plan be for nothing? Chapter 294. When Ling Xiao walked out of the ancient forest and could no longer feel Su Yan's aura, his face turned cold. Done. Now, the thing that broke through Su Yan's last line of defense was probably a heaven and earth spirit fire. Of course, Ling Xiao had spent so much effort to set up this chessboard not only because of Su Yan's 2,000 Providence points, the Cloud Merchant Alliance. If I can grasp this colossus that has been passed down for thousands of years in my hands, this world will be mine. As for the heaven and earth spirit fire and the burning scripture, it was not like Su Yan could not cultivate them. Of course, good things should be shared with everyone. The heaven and earth spirit fire was a great fortune, but Su Yan was the only one in the entire Xingzhou, especially with her sickly nature. She was really a little greedy. Everything was just the beginning. When he gave the heaven and earth spirit fire to Su Yan, it was time for the only successor of the Cloud Alliance to submit, using a heaven and earth spirit fire in exchange for the support of the richest family in the Xingzhou and a female version of the Flame Emperor to follow him. This was a sure win. Buzz. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, a buzzing sound came from his soul sea. It's here. That day he had given Yi Sun 2 voice transmission talismans so that she could summon him in a life and death situation. The reason why Ling Xiao had repeatedly humiliated Shangguan Qinghe in Dao Enlightenment City was to make him hate Ling Tian thoroughly. Sometimes people were like this. Those who were afraid of the strong would vent their suppressed emotions on those who were weak. This was natural and had nothing to do with one's Dao heart. Moreover, more than 10 disciples of the Hunyuan ancient sect had died. Someone had to bear this grudge. Otherwise, how could he, Shangguan Qinghe, establish himself in the eastern border in the future? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, put away the war puppet, and flew in the direction of the soul consciousness. My stupid brother is here. In a quiet valley deep in the secret territory, Ling Tian stood in front of Yi Sun, with the celestial bane in his hand. His divine robe was already tattered, and there was an indescribable fatigue on his face. Behind him, Yi Sun put away the golden talisman in her hand, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of self-blame. She knew that Ling Tian hated being protected by Ling Xiao the most. But even as an outsider, she could see how much Lord Ling Xiao doted on his younger brother. However, Ling Tian was unable to see it. From beginning to end, Yi Sun did not know where the resentment in the former's heart came from. But sometimes she could feel the suppressed hatred and resentment in the youth's body. This kind of hatred could not have come out of nowhere. Therefore, Yi Sun concluded that Ling Tian must be hiding something from her. This was not a good feeling, because she really cared about Ling Tian. But what else was there that he couldn't tell her? Yi Sun sighed. Regardless of the enmity between Ling Tian and Ling Xiao, Ling Tian still had a long way to go. After all, they had to get through the difficulties before them before they could solve the problem. Shangguan Qinghe. Yi Sun raised her head and looked at the figures standing above the valley. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. For several days in a row, from the moment she and Ling Tian entered the secret realm, They had been constantly evading the pursuit of this primordial chaos young master. But this guy seemed to have made up his mind. He swore to kill the two of them before he would stop. 6 of them were at the early stage of the delusional stage, and 2 were at the middle stage of the delusional stage. Among them, Shangguan Qinghe was a peerless monster who had comprehended the Tao law. With such a lineup, not to mention Ling Tian and Yi Sun, even Ling Xiao might not be able to fight against it. Now that things had come to this, she could only take a gamble. She was betting that these people in front of her did not dare to truly offend the Ling people. As long as Ling Xiao could arrive in time, perhaps this crisis would be completely resolved. Of course, the premise was that she and Ling Tian could hold on until then. She was a monster with the Tao law, and the Tao law she had comprehended was the most profound Tao law of life in the world. However, the continuous consumption had already exhausted her. Even Ling Tian's hand that was holding the sword was slightly trembling. Ling Tian, run. Why aren't you running anymore? Shangguan Qinghe stood above the valley and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a mocking gaze. There was a faint hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Killing people in this secret realm would not cause the Ling people and the 10,000 swords holy ground to take revenge, right? Without Ling Xiao, this second young master of the Ling people was nothing, even if he had a nanny standing behind him. So what? Your sword can't cut me. Shangguan Qinghe. Ling Tian gritted his teeth fiercely, and there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. He did not have any spiritual power in his body. How could he be a match for the 8 people in front of him just by relying on the Tao law? If it were not for the unwillingness in his heart, Ling Tian would have already collapsed to the ground. He did not even have the strength to stand. However, when he thought of Yi Sun behind him, Ling Tian told himself that he could not fall. Despicable and shameless? Back in Tao Enlightenment City, if it were not for you, how could the 7 disciples of my Hunyuan ancient sect be killed? Shangguan Qinghe snorted coldly and looked at the young man in front of him with a sinister gaze. He had chased a piece of trash without any spiritual power for 10 whole days. Now that all the prodigies of the eastern border were heading towards the center of the secret realm, even if Ling Xiao wanted to protect them, it was probably too late. They deserved to die. Ling Tian roared, and his eyes turned blood red. In his hand, the immortal-slaying ancient sword also began to flicker with scarlet light. Strands of dark light wrapped around Ling Tian's hand like tentacles, exuding a terrifying evil. Deserve to die? Yes, in this world the strong fight for justice. Those who fall deserve more than death. So be it. Today, I will use your blood to comfort the souls of my junior brothers in heaven. Shangguan Qinghe smiled indifferently, and a dark light suddenly bloomed in his hand. It turned into a black and white ancient seal above his head and fell toward Ling Tian's head. Buzz! The space trembled, and the sound of the Tao law spread for thousands of miles. At this moment, Shangguan Qinghe no longer had the slightest hesitation. He had already exerted his full strength. Senior sister, leave quickly. He just wants to kill me. Ling Tian turned his head and pushed Yi Sun away. The immortal-slaying ancient sword also emitted endless divine light. Then, it slashed toward the ancient seal that was falling toward him. Buzz! The sword intent turned into a dragon, and there was a hint of heaven splitting. Obviously, at this moment, Ling Tian's sword also contained a trace of decisiveness. Haha, Ling Xiao, you will be very happy if I die today, right? Inexplicably, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of Ling Tian's eyes. He was right. Without strength, he couldn't even protect the person he loved. The 2 forces of the Tao law collided in midair with a loud bang. The kind of divine might directly crush the entire valley into smithereens. Huge rocks fell from the sky, raising clouds of smoke and dust. However, the figure of the sword-wielding young man finally knelt on the ground slowly. Ling Tian held the ancient sword in his hand and leaned in front of him. He raised his head and looked at the yin and yang that were recombining in midair. Finally, a trace of bitterness appeared in his eyes. Is it going to end? Even if he tried his best and worked hard day and night, the drawbacks of not having a Dan Si were still undoubtedly exposed at this moment. It was not lasting enough. If he couldn't kill the enemy with this sword, he could only sit and wait for death. Junior brother, although I don't know why you have hatred in your heart, I am willing to die with you. Just when Ling Tian was about to fall into despair, the yellow-robed figure walked out from behind him and hugged him tightly. The Tao law around her was prominent, and the divine sound was vast, like a Hong Meng divine bell. It instantly enveloped the two of them. However, why did this vitality actually contain a strand of sorrow? Chapter 295. Boom! The ancient seal smashed down and instantly enveloped Yi Sun, and Ling Tian. Even though they had used all their strength, the life Tao law that enveloped the two of them gradually dimmed. At the same time, Yi Sun-er's face inexplicably turned red. It was like a reflection of light, sorrowful eyes. Uft! Ling Tian looked at the beautiful face in front of him that was clenching her teeth and gradually bleeding from her mouth. The expression on his face slowly became dull, desperate, ferocious, and finally twisted into a touch of anger. How could he not feel that Yi Sun-er's vitality was slowly dissipating? His heart suddenly trembled fiercely for a moment. Sun-er, what are you doing? Sun-er, you're finally willing to call me Sun-er. Yi Sun-er's beautiful face bloomed with a bloody smile. Junior brother, live well. No. Stop. Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something and shook Yi Sun-er with all his might. There was a faint, bloody glow in his eyes. Stop. Junior brother, the ultimate meaning of life is to protect. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Yi Sun-er shook her head slightly, and there was a touch of determination in her beautiful eyes. No. Sun-er, stop. Stop. Why? Why is it that in this world the bad people are rampant and the kind people are slaughtered? Why? Why is it that I should be the one standing at the top of the eastern border and be admired by tens of thousands of people, but now I have to watch my true love stand in front of me again and again? Why? Why is the heavens so unfair to me? What did I do wrong? What should I do? At this moment, hatred and anger, he could no longer distinguish where they came from. Since this world is evil, I should slaughter all the people in the world. If the heavens are unfair, I will destroy the heavens. If the Tao is unfair, I will kill the Tao. If the world is unfair, I will kill all living things and rebuild the reincarnation cycle. Inexplicably, blood qi began to surround Ling Tian's body. It was not spiritual energy, nor was it bloodline. It was a kind of Tao law power. Finally, at this heart-wrenching moment, he was enlightened. The moment his eyes turned red, he awakened the most fundamental Tao law of slaughter. There was no fairness in the world. There was a Tao law of slaughter. Only by slaughtering could he destroy all evil creatures and achieve his true self, becoming the only ruler of the world. Buzz! The immortal extermination sword began to hum. Yi Sun-er's blood continued to spurt out from the corner of her mouth, dyeing the youth's eyes and hair red. The reason why the 9 heaven-destroying swords was because he didn't hate them enough. Ling Tian lowered his head and chuckled. Gradually, his laughter became louder and louder, more and more sinister. Even the heavens and earth began to darken. In the sky above his head, a blood cloud gathered, like a tornado that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Junior brother, wake up. If this goes on, you're going to turn into a demon. Looking at Ling Tian, who had a cold expression on his face and an evil look in his eyes, Yi Sun-er's face turned pale and her aura completely withered. So what if I've become a devil? Ling Tian raised his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered with a demonic blood-red light. He's right. The sword should slay all enemies. Kill all evil, and you will be righteous. Immortals and devils are all within my grasp. Boom! For no reason at all, a gust of bloody wind rose up in the entire world. Yi Ling, Er's expression turned cold, and the green light around her finally dissipated. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she went limp in Ling Tian's arms. The ancient seal above his head finally came crashing down, but it inexplicably stopped 3 feet away from the young man's head. At this moment, there seemed to be a celestial figure sitting quietly behind Ling Tian. Endless sounds of Tao resounded, but only one word entered his ears. Kill! 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 All of you deserve to die. Ling Tian gently placed Yi Sun on the ground and stroked her cheek with his palm. Junior brother, I don't want you to become a demon. Yi Sun's mouth was still gushing with blood. The Tao of life was exhausted, and even her vitality was gradually dissipating at this moment. The last warmth was willing to exchange my life for your gaze. However, Yi Sun are ultimately miscalculated. She never dreamed that the forbidden technique that she used all her strength and exhausted her life to cast would actually shatter Ling Tian's Tao heart, causing him to completely fall into the Tao of killing. She could have not died, but she was willing to die. She only hoped that it would last a little longer, just a little longer, and Lord Ling Xiao should be here. Inexplicably, Yi Sun smiled. She stretched out her hand, trying hard to hold Ling Tian's hand, but in the end it fell weakly. At the corner of her eye, a drop of clear tear rolled down. It was a shocking sight, along with the trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. It was forever frozen. Junior brother, see you in the next life. Boom! Ling Tian raised his head and tried hard to roar, but he did not make a sound. In an instant, his hair turned snow white. It was so white that it was piercingly cold and unforgettable. It was only at this moment that Ling Tian realized that he had neglected so many beautiful things in his life because of hatred. Sinner, I know that you don't want me to live in hatred. Sinner, I know that you only want me to be happy. Sinner, I was wrong. I don't hate anyone anymore. Come back, please. I don't want anything. Come back. I beg you. Tears began to surge, flowing to the side of her mouth with a bitter taste. However, it could not wash away the blood and killing intent in the young man's eyes. No. The wind and clouds changed drastically, covering thousands of miles of the sky. It was the color of blood, the oath of the demon. In the distance, in mid-air, Shengguan Qinghe and the others looked at the young man who had turned into a demon with a thought. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Kill! However, no matter how uneasy he was, he still gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at everyone. It was obvious that Yi Sun, Er's death, had completely enraged Ling Tian. Compared to Ling Xiao, the murderous aura on the second young master of the Ling people was even stronger. Beside him, the 7 ancient clan prodigies hesitated for a moment. Spiritual light surged around them, and they rushed toward Ling Tian angrily. However, at this moment, the young man was still sitting beside Yi Sun, gently caressing her face and laughing. He was alive, but it was as if he was dead. Various scenes of the past appeared in front of his eyes. The young girl's smile was like a demon's obsession. The more he thought about it, the more painful and hateful he felt. Even the blood light around him strangely turned black. Sun, wait for me. Wait for me to kill all these bastards. Then I will accompany you. Life was meaningless. What was there to be afraid of? Ling Tian smiled warmly and gently kissed the young girl's forehead. Then he stood up and looked at the 7 people rushing toward him. Buzz! Heaven and earth seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, a loud and clear sound of a sword suddenly resounded throughout the secret realm. Even the countless eastern border prodigies who were far away felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts at this moment. They looked toward the place covered by the blood cloud with a terrified expression. There was a demon in this secret realm? Die. Ling Tian opened his mouth and only said one word in a cold tone. Behind him, the ancient celestial shadow suddenly opened its eyes, and the celestial light was dazzling. It was like the trace of serenity in the depths of the primordial world, and also like the last ray of light in the 9 heavens. There was only one sword left in the world. It opened the sky and slashed toward the firmament. The 8 ancient clan prodigies' expressions changed drastically. The numinous treasures in their hands shone dazzlingly as they brazenly pressed toward the sword shadow. Boom! However, the numinous treasures, which were usually unparalleled in power, were now like grass under the sword and would shatter upon contact. A wisp of blood mist bloomed brilliantly along the path of the sword light. The 8 prodigies of Pong were killed by Ling Tian with one sword strike. However, the sword shadow did not disperse. Instead, it pierced toward Shangguan Qinghe, who was in midair. Damn it! Shangguan Qinghe's expression changed drastically. Somehow, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. It seemed that no matter where he hid, he could not avoid the power of the sword. You are just a piece of trash. Even if you have the Tao Law, what can you do to me? After a hissing sound, a big bell suddenly appeared above the young master of the primordial chaos sect. The black and white colors on the bell were flowing, revealing a sense of boundlessness that seemed to come from ancient times. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.